A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Yesterday, Gerald Truth advanced his campaign to make Mary Sothern surrender her imprisoned husband's stock in the Sanders interest. He got Merlin Davis to promise to use his influence with the hospital board against Dr. John Benson if Benson refused to persuade Mary to give up. At that very moment, Mary and John were wondering just how far Truth would go. The mill people already resent her as being the wife of their imprisoned ex-leader. And Jeffrey Barton, industrialist, has had to conceal his friendship for her. Mary and John were reviewing these unhappy facts when the telephone rang, and it was Gerald Truth asking to see Dr. Benson that same evening. It is later that day. Mary has gone to visit Max in prison. Dr. Benson paces up and down in the growing darkness of his office, waiting for Gerald Truth.
Come in.
Good evening, Dr. Benson. Your girl wasn't outside, so I took the liberty of knocking on your door. Do you mind?
No, of course I don't mind. I expected you, and I sent the fellow home early. You wanted us to be alone, didn't you?
Yes.
Very well, then. Here, sit down here.
Yes. Thank you. It's rather dark in here.
I like the dark after a hard day's work. I find it restful.
Oh. Nerves, eh?
However, if you want more light, green lamps are just enough.
Yeah, that's better. Much better. Always like to see the face of the person I'm talking to, don't you?
Not invariably, Bruce. Have a cigarette? Can't find it. Box is empty. Sorry.
Well, that's all right. I don't smoke very much anyhow. Have one of mine?
Thank you.
Always carry a few for my friends. Especially made at that. Nice?
I'll light it, thanks.
It would appear that all of your cigarettes serve me ashtray here. Your patients must smoke prodigiously.
What did you wish to see me about, Miss Bruce?
Well, I've come to speak to you about something rather out of the line of your professional duty, Doctor.
Oh.
It's about Mary Sanders, Doctor.
Yes? What about Mrs. Sanders?
I'm very much concerned about her. For her, that is. Mrs. Sanders has been most unfortunate. The misfortune of being identified to the husband who has been convicted of a gambling charge.
May I caution you, Mr. Bruce, that Max Sanders is my friend. You know as well as I do that he's innocent.
That's aside from the question. Innocent or guilty, the fact remains of his conviction and its unhappy effects on his wife.
All right. Get to the point.
Mrs. Sanders has been befriended by a number of people, and I consider that a fine gesture on the part of her well-wishing friends. But couldn't it be that their good intentions may be defeating their own purpose?
Good intentions with their own justification, I think.
Not if they do harm, Doctor. Not if they do real harm.
For example?
For example, your friendship for Mary Sanders.
Look here, Mr. Bruce, Please, go on.
You must know that Mrs. Sanders is already held in some disrepute by the mill hands who practically control public opinion here in Sanders. They feel that she should not be here exercising authority over them in any way, even if in name only. After all, her husband, Max Sanders, was once their leader, and now he is in prison. In their eyes, at least, a traitor.
Well, how does that affect me?
Wait. The people resent Mary Sanders. They resent her hold on the Sanders interest.
Yeah. You?
Let's not digress. I said the people are strongly against Mrs. Sanders. Now, you are her friend. What do you think the public reaction is to that? Remember, you also rose in court to say you loved Mary Sanders, a married woman.
I did nothing of the kind, Bruce. I said supposed I loved her. For purposes of argument alone, I advanced that here supposition to disprove a certain point in the prosecution. You know that.
Oh, well, now, you see how easy it is for an attentive, observing person like myself not to have noticed that distinction? What about less careful?
I don't see that has any bearing on Mary Sanders' welfare at all. If anyone would suffer by that remark I made in court, I'd be the one.
Oh, no. I knew you'd take that attitude, and it's quite wrong, as you shall see.
You are a doctor in the town, the head of a fine children's clinic. People like and respect you. They look up to doctors because, they look up especially to you. You've made a splendid record here in Sanders. Splendid.
Thank you.
To the people, Dr. John Benson can do no wrong. But suppose you're seen too much with Mary Sanders. Not only a married woman, but a woman married to the man this community has most reason to resent and hate. Will the people blame you, Doctor? No. It's that Sanders woman. She's making a fool of our good Dr. John Benson, the man we trust with our children, our health, our very lives. You understand, Doctor?
Yes, I see. All right.
I didn't mean to distress you, Doctor. I merely thought you hadn't used the situation from just an angle.
Yes. Your intentions are no doubt excellent.
Oh, I assure you that they are.
Yeah. All right. Just why have you come to tell me this?
Why? Please sit down again, Doctor. Perhaps we can come to an understanding. Hey, Doctor.
Oh, can I sit here and talk to you a minute? Can't we sit together for just a minute?
No. It's prison regulations say nix on the familiarity. Well, I guess maybe we just sort of got to talk through the screen of each other. How are you, Sister?
Oh, I'm just fine, Max. We're all fine. But you look a little pale.
Oh, me? Oh, I'm fine. I feel swell. I don't know how I could look pale.
Well, maybe I imagine it.
So you just imagine. They feed us good here and give us a lot of exercise. I guess maybe you just seem a little bit pale today. Your eyes are even pale. That one's so good.
Not so good.
So everybody's good, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How about Phyllis? Getting her treatments regular?
Oh, she'll be out of that wheelchair one of these fine days.
Oh, swell.
Say, where's Mr. Cheney?
Oh, he's moping around somewhere, I guess. You can see him before you go.
Oh, I certainly mean to. He must be awfully lonely.
Oh, I don't know. I had an idea maybe I'd ask the warden to put us together in the same cell. Cellmates, see? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I'll think about it some more. Might be nice at that. Oh, how's with Doc Benson? How's the old pillow getting along? Okay?
John sent his best. He wanted to come down with me, but he got a phone call at the last minute. Something he's been expecting for some time.
Oh. Well, these babies keep a doctor on his toes. Sure. I just hope looking out for you and the kids and watching his practice in the hospital and all that at the same time don't get the doc down.
Oh, no. John's glad to be helpless in this way. And, you know, dear, it's nice to have someone around like John. Someone to kind of depend on when things turn rough. And we can depend on him all the time, no matter what happens.
Above all, Bruce, you mustn't think you're deceiving me about your motives in telling me this.
Well, Doctor, you admit that your friendship might have the effect I mentioned on Mary Sanders, don't you?
Yeah. It just happens that there is something in what you say. Never looked at it in just that way before.
Well, then, under the circumstances, wouldn't it be the better part of friendship really to withdraw your friendship for Mrs. Sanders? Under the circumstances.
You've got something to gain if I give up Mrs. Sanders in the way you mentioned. Now, let's be honest with each other. Tell me, what have you got to gain?
What have I got to gain? My dear Dr. Benson, I think you do me a great injustice.
All right. Let's put it this way. Suppose I don't do what you say is for Mary Sanders' own good. What have you got to lose, then?
Excuse me, Doctor. It's not a question of what I have to lose if you don't abandon Mary Sanders, but rather of what you have to lose. Think about that, Dr. Benson. Think about that.
Yes, Dr. Benson. Think very carefully about it. For Gerald Pluce may well have it in his power to crush you unless you play his game under the smokescreen of being kinder to men.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
You know, Ethelbert, you and I have a good chance to be famous.
How's that, Casey?
Well, I figure if a man's known by the company he keeps,
Yeah?
then he ought to be known by the company that keeps him.
That makes sense.
And the company that keeps us is...
Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Photo of the Dead. O'clock in the evening, the big, untidy photographer's room of the Morning Express. The door opens, and Ann Williams.
Gosh, it's hot, Casey. Let's go over to the Blue Note.
Oh, Annie, I'd like to get out of this joint for a while, but Dad Phelan phoned about half an hour ago and said he wanted to see me. He's making a special trip down here.
Dad Phelan?
Sure, you met him. He runs a little stationery and cigar store uptown.
Yes, of course. He lost his wife last year, and he went to her funeral.
Yeah, Aunt Maggie, her name was.
Well, what does he want to see you about?
Well, he said he wanted my advice about something. What? He didn't say. Well, there he is now. Hi, Dad.
Oh, Casey, my boy.
Hey, it's good to see you.
It's always good to see you.
You remember Annie Williams, don't
Oh,
you?
of course. How are you, Miss Williams?
Just fine, Mr. Phelan.
Now, sit down, Dad.
Thanks. I've got something to tell you, boy.
Oh, what's on your mind?
Casey, I've heard from Maggie.
Huh?
She's come back to me from the dead.
Oh, Mr. Phelan.
I've heard her voice, and she sent me her picture from the other world.
Her picture?
Boy, you know that after Maggie died, well, we'd been together for nearly 50 years, and I didn't know what to do with myself.
I know.
So I started to read books that told how the dead sometimes are able to communicate with the living.
Books on psychic phenomena?
Yes, Miss Williams. There's a bookshop on 12th Street, Jameson's, that has a lot of those books.
Yeah, I've passed it.
Yeah, very nice lady runs it. I went in there a lot. We got acquainted, and one day she told me about a man. Man with remarkable powers.
So you went to it.
Yeah. And last Thursday night, a week ago, boy, Maggie spoke to me while I was there.
What did this man charge you?
He wouldn't take a penny.
Huh?
Here, Casey. Look at this picture. You see what had happened? Above my right shoulder.
Oh, there's a ghostly face of a woman, Casey.
Yeah.
And it's Maggie's face. You recognize it, boy.
Yes.
Casey, this picture couldn't have been made by a trick, could it? Maggie was really with me last night, wasn't she?
Yes, sure she was with you, Dad.
The photo's not a fake? You'd know.
No, it's not a fake.
So glad to hear you say that.
Casey.
Now, hold it, Annie. Say, Dad, what's the name of this man who took this shot?
Well, it's kind of a funny name. Feda Narsi. He's an East Indian fella.
He's one of those swamis, huh?
He's a fine man.
Oh, I'm sure of that. Where does he live?
Well, he has a big house on Rankin Avenue, 142. Why?
I just wondered. Oh, excuse me, Dad.
Yeah.
Hello, Casey speaking. Yeah. Okay, Burke, I'll be right up. That was City Desk calling, Dad. I'm sorry, I've got to rush upstairs.
Go right ahead, boy. I'll be going. Anyway, you've told me what I wanted to know, and you've made me very happy.
Well, I'm very glad.
Good night, Miss Williams.
Good night, Mr. Phelan.
Good night to you, boy. And a million thanks.
Good night, Dad.
Casey, that photograph can't be on the level.
Of course it isn't. It's a crude double exposure. That ghost face was taken from an old picture of Aunt Maggie that this Feda Narsi fella got hold of somewhere.
Well, why didn't you tell the old man that?
Oh, Annie, how could I? Dad wants to believe that this thing's on the level. He's happy tonight for the first time since his wife died. But, Annie, after I finish whatever assignment Burke has for me upstairs, I'm going to pay an unsocial call on Swami Feda Narsi. Oh, hey, Burke, what do you mean? You're sending me out of town tonight?
That's what I said, Casey. I just had our Detroit correspondent on the phone. He tells me a honey of a murder broke out there. He may be gone 2 weeks, maybe a month.
And I'm not going?
Casey's on this job alone, Williams. You stay here. Now take this to the cashier and get your expense money, Casey. Your train leaves in 45 minutes.
Burke, I ought to see a guy tonight. Here.
You can't. Get going, Casey. I want pictures from Detroit tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Dad Phelan's been looking after himself for over 70 years. I guess he can do it without my help a few weeks longer.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello, Casey.
Annie, gee, it's great to hear your voice. Anyway, what's up?
Look, something's happened that we think you ought to know about.
What?
I'm at police headquarters with Captain Logan. A few hours ago, your friend, Dad Phelan, was found dead.
Dad Phelan?
Yes, Casey. And Captain Logan thinks that Swami Feda Nazi was responsible for his death.
Well, come on, Logan. Let's have the dope on it.
Al Phelan didn't open his store this morning, Casey. A cop on the beat got worried, broke in, and found your friend dead in the back room.
He just died in his sleep, huh?
Yeah. I talked to Miss Williams after she phoned you, Casey, and we pieced the thing together. Beside the old man's body was that spirit photograph of him and his wife. And in his pocket, we found a bank book that had apparently represented his life savings. The balance was only $21. But until 4 days after Miss Williams says he called on you at the Express, the balance had been $6,021.
The fake Swami got the $6,000.
Yeah. The shock of losing his life savings and learning that the Swami was a fake was too much for him.
The Swami gave him the usual routine.
Yeah, racketeers of his type are all alike. After the victim is convinced he's in contact with the dead, he gets a spook message telling him to hand over some money, usually for an investment the ghost recommends. The dough was passed over in cash, and we cops can't do a thing.
Logan, that Swami killed that old man just as surely as though he'd stuck a gun in his head and pulled the trigger.
I know it, but he's not a murderer in the eyes of the law. We can't even prove him a thief.
You question him?
Naturally. He denied everything.
Well, Logan, I'll talk to Swami Feda Nazi.
It won't get you anywhere.
Well, I'll see you later.
Now, what are you going to do?
Well, from what you say, there's only one thing I can do. Beat that guy to a pulp.
Good afternoon.
Are you Feda Nazi?
No, sir.
Oh, just a servant, eh?
Yes,
Well, I want to see your boss.
What is your name?
Casey.
You have appointment with the master?
No.
Feda Narsi receive no visitor except by appointment.
Well, he received me, big guy. Get out of my way.
Wait. Nobody pass Luki.
Luki.
Yes, master.
I will see the gentleman for a moment. What is it you wish, Mr. Casey?
So, you...
I am Feda Nazi. What do you wish?
Hasn't your crystal ball told you?
As the police have made some baseless insinuations that cannot be proven, I imagine you are about to do something equally foolish.
Yeah. I'm going to knock that grin off your face and your teeth along with it.
Yes, sir.
Take your hands off of me. Let me go, will you?
Luki, my devoted servant, is a Senegalese. They are noted for their skill in fighting. Luki, teach Mr. Casey that it will be very unwise for him to trouble us again.
It will be a pleasure, sir.
Splendid, Luki. Now pick Mr. Casey up from where he's fallen and throw him out the door.
Our story will continue in just a moment. Here's a bargain, a real bargain. A big 9.5-inch pie plate made of beautiful Fire King oven glass, guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Its highly polished surface is as smooth as a mirror, comes clean almost instantly. It's as attractive on your table as it is sturdy and practical in your kitchen. And here's the most important point of all. This new kind of Fire King pie plate practically assures results every time. Its pale blue glass absorbs oven heat so evenly that your pies bake all the way through. The crust is light and flaky with no danger of scorching. Now, to get this new pie plate, it's not necessary to sit down and write a letter. Simply go to your favorite 5 and 10 cent store or any other store selling household glass and ask for the special Fire King oven glass pie plate being offered over the air at 25 cents, or slightly more in distant cities. Remember the name, Fire King oven glass. This new Fire King oven glass pie plate is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
certainly a pretty picture, Casey. 2 black eyes, a lump on your jaw.
You don't have to give me a bruise-by-bruise description of how I look, Ethelbert. I know how I
Ethelbert,
look.
that big Senegalese prize fighter might have killed him.
Oh.
I know how you feel, pal, but you've gone at this thing all wrong. Rough stuff will get you nowhere.
That's great. You got any suggestions?
No. Captain Logan says there's nothing he can do, huh?
What can the cops do unless they can prove that Nazi got Mr. Phelan's money and got it under false pretense?
Must be some way to get evidence.
Why doesn't Logan detail one of his dicks to pose as a sucker and pass this Nazi a couple of marked bills?
Well, that's been tried several times, but Nazi's too wise. Casey, I might be able to get the goods on Fata Nazi.
But you?
Yeah. No one would ever take me for a cop. I could go to Nazi and tell him I'd lost a sister, for instance, and I'd let him believe that I had some money, and he'd work his racket on me, and then I'd pass him marked bills, and we'd have him.
Sure, it'd be a cinch, Casey.
Oh, yeah. It'd be a complete bust,
Oh,
that's
now
what it'd
why?
be. You think anybody gets into Narzi's joint unless he knows who they are and all about them, Annie? You see, it's part of his racket to have the lowdown on people who come to him.
Oh, you mean he'd look me up and find out I'm Ann Williams, who works for the Morning Express?
Yeah, he sure would. Say, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What?
Burke was telling me some of his recent family history a few days before I went to Detroit. He can give us the gimmick we need behind this thing.
Burke?
Your city editor?
Yeah. Boy, and will he do it when he sees it as the build-up for an exclusive feature story. Annie, come on. We're talking to Burke right now.
You're right, Casey. It's a natural. Williams, you'll check into an uptown hotel here tomorrow night as Marilyn Phillips of Portland, Oregon.
Which is the real name and home address of your wife's first cousin, right?
Yes, as Casey remembered my telling him, Marilyn lost her mother several months ago.
Where's Miss Phillips now, though, Bert?
Traveling in Mexico, so that'll be all right. She's about your size and coloring, Williams. I'll have my wife tell you enough about Marilyn Phillips tonight so that you can borrow her identity without any chance of a slip-up. When this Fata Nazi checks her, he'll think you're the real McCoy.
Well, how'll I get to Nazi? I can't just walk up to his front
You
door.
get to him the same way Dad Phelan did. You go to Jameson's occult bookshop and become a steady customer. The old dame who runs the place is probably a shill for Nazi.
Oh, I get it. I pose as a grief-stricken daughter with money, and let her and him do the rest.
That's the play. After you check into the hotel as Marilyn Phillips, you're not to come near this office, near your apartment, or with anyone you know, till this job's finished.
Wait a minute now, Burke. You mean...
I mean especially that she can't go anywhere near you, Casey. That'd give the whole show away.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
I'll see that you receive plenty of expense money, Williams. You'll report to me by phone. That's all.
She can talk to me by phone, too.
Well, what does she want to talk to you for?
Yes. Why should I?
Well, thought I might be able to help or something.
Burke will attend to everything.
Sure, Casey. I'll attend to everything.
Oh, that's just swell.
City desk, Burke speaking.
It's me, Burke. I'm getting acquainted with Mrs. Jameson, but she hasn't suggested I see our man yet.
You've only been on the job 10 days. This will take time. Stick with it.
Casey, what on earth has happened to Miss Williams? It's almost 3 weeks since I seen her in here, and
Miss Williams is away, Ethelbert. And who cares?
Hey, you don't have to bite my head off.
You've been coming in here for over a month now, Miss Phillips. I feel that I know you well enough to offer a suggestion that may soften your great sorrow.
Well, the only thing that can help me, Mrs. Jameson, is if I could see my mother again, or...
Well, perhaps you can. I know a remarkable man, Miss Phillips. A man of almost miraculous powers. His name is Fata Nazi.
Sit down, Miss Phillips.
Oh, thank you.
I see things in the crystal ball. I see a lady there whom you loved very dearly.
My mother?
Yes. Her name was Alice.
The woman who sent me here must have told you that.
Be not hasty in your judgment, Miss Phillips. You were born October 4th, 1922. Your home was 47 Vista Road, Portland, Oregon. Your middle name is Celestine. Your mother's maiden name was McClintock. She's very close to you now, Miss Phillips. Very close.
Can you make me see her, Swami? Or hear her voice?
Later, perhaps. Come to me on Thursday next. In the meantime, I will pray that the one you love beyond the veil will speak to you and give you comfort. Go now. I'm very weary.
Yes, Swami. How much do I owe you?
Owe me? Oh, my dear child, I make no charge for my services, ever. My mission in life is to serve mankind.
Oh, he merely gave you the old build-up today.
Yes, Burke. Of course, someone in Portland sent him the information about Marilyn Phillips and her mother.
Oh, Budge and his racket have contacts all over. Call me again after you see him Thursday. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Burke.
Huh?
How's Casey?
In very bad humor. Goodbye.
Sit very still, Miss Phillips. The psychic force is strong in me tonight. I feel the spirit presence of one who has passed beyond.
You, think, Swami, that my mother...
I cannot tell. I am sinking into trance. Hold my hands tightly. Look closely at the crystal, and soon you may hear the voice of the dead.
It's so dark in here.
Trance. I'm sinking into...
Swami, what... That knocking. Something's knocking on the table, Swami, and it isn't you. Oh, that music. Where's it coming from? I'm afraid, Swami. I'm afraid.
Have no fear, my daughter.
That voice.
It is your mother's, darling.
Mother?
I'm with you, Marilyn, here. This good man has helped me make the journey from the land beyond to bring you comfort.
I can't see you, Mother.
I have more to tell you, my dear. Now the force is growing weak. Trust this good man. Trust Veda Narsi, and I will come to you again through him. Come again, and I will have more to tell you.
Oh.
Swami Narsi. Swami Narsi.
Was it a success, Miss Phillips?
Oh, you don't know what happened?
I was in trance. I never know.
My mother talked to me. She said that she had more to tell me.
We shall assist her then. Come to me next Wednesday. Hold my hands tightly, Miss Phillips.
Yes, Swami.
I am sinking into trance. Sinking into...
Those knocks. And that music again. Mother?
Yes, my darling.
Come closer and let me really see you.
That is beyond my power, dear. I have but little time. I'm so worried about you, my child.
Worried about me?
I left you so little money when I passed behind the veil. You must have more, much more, and you shall have it. I will point the way. Tomorrow, take your money from the bank.
Take my money from the bank?
Give it to this good man, Philo Narsi. He will invest it for you. Invest it so it will be doubled, tripled in amount. When that is done, your mother will be happy.
You will tell Philo Vance how to invest my money, Mother?
I shall guide his every action. And I know all things, dear. Through him, I will make you rich. Promise, darling.
Yes, Mother, yes. I'll bring Swami Nazi the money tomorrow.
You made me very happy. I must leave you now, darling. I must go.
Oh, then the ghost voice faded out, huh?
Yes, Bert. And when Nazi snapped out of his trance, I told him I'd bring him $10,000 that Mother left me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I'll send you the money by messenger. Call me when you get it, and we'll check on the final plan.
Okay, Bert.
Goodbye. Well, Casey, tomorrow night will be the payout.
Yeah?
Cops will be posted around the house before Williams goes in. When she comes out, the cops will take it as a signal, close in, get the Swami with those marked bills in his possession, and that's that.
There's also going to be a witness when that money is passed.
Who?
Me.
Why, you're the last guy in the world who could get into that house.
I've been casing that joint, Burke. There's a big window in Narcy's chamber with a strong trellis leading up to it. The window is painted black inside, but if Anne can get it open just a few inches...
You can see and hear what's going on.
And I can take a picture of Anne giving that rat the dough. I'll use an infrared bulb that shows no glare.
It'll make a swell shot for the paper.
And for evidence in court. Will you tell Anne to get that window open?
I certainly will. Leave it to Williams. She'll get it open somehow.
I've brought the money, Swami.
Oh, yes, the money.
You'll return it to me, and much more besides, as Mother said.
Miss Phillips, through spirit guidance, I have made many fortunes for other people. I am not interested in money myself.
Oh, there's $10,000 here. All I have.
Well, I will accept and invest it as a sacred trust.
Here.
Thank you. What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
We'll see. This window. So, Mr. Casey.
Hello, Nazi.
Step off that trellis and into this room with your camera. As you see, I have a gun.
Yes, I see.
Now close the window.
Okay.
I am always alert for frame-ups.
Yes, the guy in your racket has to be.
You will give me the film you just exposed?
What good will it do you? I saw you take the dough.
Your testimony and that of Miss Phillips will be utterly valueless if the money cannot be found in my possession. It's quite obvious that I have been given marked bills, but they're easily destroyed.
Casey, if he destroys the papers $10,000, I'll have to pay it back. I'll be in debt the rest of my life.
He won't destroy it.
Don't move, Mr. Casey. I shoot. Now take the film from your camera and toss it into the copper bowl on this table.
Okay.
I place your marked money in the bowl with it. Now strike a match, Mr. Casey, and burn them.
That gun makes you the boss.
Oh, Casey, when we tell Burke you burned the papers and
It
money...
is very probable that you will not be believed. There will be a large suspicion that you kept it for yourself.
That doesn't bother me so much as the idea that you might beat this rat, Nazi.
I shall beat it. Now strike a match and burn that evidence.
Okay. Money and the film in this bowl beside your crystal ball. Right at you, Nazi.
Knock the gun out of his hand.
Get it, Annie, quick.
Looky.
That big prize fighter.
Come here, Looky, help.
That's the guy I want to see again.
Take this gun. You'll need it.
No, I won't.
Looky.
I'm here, Master. You weren't expecting that crystal ball in your face, were you? Now, that'll hold you. Now, Swami Nazi, would you like to gaze into your crystal ball? Or can you guess what's going to happen?
Don't hit me. Don't hit me.
This is for Dad Phelan. Things for Annie. This one's for me. And now, Annie, you can bring in the cops.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. No wonder the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. Think of all the extras it brings you at no extra cost. Extra number 1.
It requires no deposit, no bother with pennies.
Extra number 2.
You don't have to return it. No trouble with empties.
Extra number 3.
It's light as a feather, easy to carry, unnatural for picnics.
Extra number 4.
It's sturdy and compact. Saves space in the icebox.
Extra number 5.
It's easy to open, safe to drink from.
Extra number 6.
It's at home on any table.
Extra number 7.
And, brother, what flavor, that true brewery flavor that only glass can bring you.
Yes, here's the bottle that makes beer and ale easy to enjoy. The Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. For flavor that's brewery bright, demand beer in bottles. For safety and convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Cops got the whole gang of them, huh, Casey?
Yes, Ethelbert.
Including Mrs. Jameson, the dame who also impersonated Narzi's spook.
That's swell, Miss Williams. And it's swell to see you around here again. I've missed you since you've been away on that case.
Oh, thanks, Ethelbert.
Yeah, that's right. We've all... say, Annie, it's kind of a nice night. How about you and me taking a walk?
Why?
Well, just because it's kind of a nice night.
So long, Ethelbert.
So long, Ethelbert.
So long, so long. As my sister Edna says, quote, absence makes the brain grow dumber. And a walk on a nice night may be dangerous business for an unmarried bachelor. Unquote.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. So stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. A Pitch in Time. Yes, we have that story for you. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is, A Pitch in Time. The very unusual story of a baseball game that was held up by foul play. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. Hank Harper was young and handsome, and he trusted everyone. And just why he became a policeman, no one in Spencertown could understand. And after the initial surprise was over, no one cared. It was a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Just the right kind of a day for the annual baseball game between the police and the firemen. And rookie Hank Harper was on his way to the ballpark with the equipment for the police team. It was one of his jobs to get it there. The other one was that of a pitcher. As Hank's jalopy dribbled through town, the back seat loaded with baseball equipment and the front seat loaded with Hank and Mabel, his girlfriend, a small drama was taking place in the aforesaid front seat.
I would still like to know what makes you think you're a pitcher.
Well, all the boys in the force think so. I've been practicing with the team for 2 months.
That doesn't answer my question, Hank Harper.
Sergeant Keith says I got the best fastball he ever seen.
Huh, what does he know?
He's the manager and the coach. Why, if he don't know about baseball and pitches,
He doesn't know about pitches.
Yeah, what about my curves and my control?
What curves?
Inside and out. I know how to make them break, Mabel.
There's no such thing like a curve in baseball, Hank.
What?
It's an optical illusion.
Oh, you're kidding, honey.
Do you know what a curve is?
Why, sure.
It's part of a circle. Can you make a baseball go around like a circle?
It ain't done that way, Mabel.
Oh, so you admit it.
Now, wait a minute. I'll explain it to you.
Don't even try. I'm convinced that there's no such thing like a curve in baseball. What are you stopping here for?
Let's get out. I'm going to show you.
Show me what?
Now, let's see. I need a pitcher's glove, a ball, and a catcher's mitt.
You're not going to pitch to me, Hank Harper.
Okay, I got him. Let's go, Mabel.
Are you serious?
Well, sure I'm serious. I'm going to prove to you that there is a curve in baseball. And also why Sergeant Keith is putting the honor of the police department on my natural pitching ability.
Not with my face, you're not.
Who said anything about your face?
A pitcher needs a catcher, doesn't he?
Well, certainly. I'm going to ask that guy standing over there in the open lot.
Oh, no.
Why not? He's got nothing to do. Come on, push out.
All right, but if he catches like I think you pitch...
You're going to find out a few things about me, Mabel. And about baseball, too.
Hank, remember, we got to get to the ballpark.
Oh, there's lots of time, honey. A couple of hours.
The team needs the equipment. They might want to practice.
They ain't even there yet. You know, Mabel, this ain't such a bad idea. Besides showing you what you don't know about baseball, I'll be warming up for the game.
What do you do when you get to the ballpark?
I'll watch the firemen practicing. That's a good way to get a line and watch what they're hitting.
You'll find that out after the game starts. Hank, wait.
What's the matter?
That man. There's something awful strange about him.
Yeah? I don't see nothing strange.
Why is he standing so close to the back entrance of the bank? On Sunday, too.
Maybe he likes it there because it's in the shade.
Why doesn't he go to the park and sit under a tree?
Some people don't like the park. I used to know a guy who got sick every time he played pool.
Now, what's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
A lot, Mabel. The guy was allergic to green. And you know something?
What?
It was years before he found it out.
Oh, I don't care, Hank. That man over there is up to no good.
There you go. Thinking everybody is a crook just because I'm a cop.
You know that isn't true.
He looks like any other respectable citizen to me. Hey, you.
Yeah?
You doing anything in particular?
Nothing. Why?
How'd you like to catch a few?
Meaning what, mister?
My girl here says there ain't no curve in baseball.
Well, I guess she ought to know.
She don't. She even says I ain't no pitcher.
Well, now that's tough, ain't it?
Here, come on, I'll convince her. Here, take this catcher's mitt.
What for?
He wants to see how much he can miss it by.
I got no time.
You'll be doing me a big favor, bud.
Sure, you might even warm him up for the game.
Game? What game?
The cops versus the firemen. I'm pitching.
For, what side?
The cops.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Give me that mitt, pal. You can pitch to me for the next half hour.
What did I tell you, Mabel? He's a nice guy. He just don't like the sunlight.
Huh? Why isn't our team on the field practicing?
That's a good question, Chief. When I find the answer, I'll break his neck.
Well,
Hank Hopper hasn't showed up with the equipment. I phoned his home. He left an hour and 15 minutes ago. I phoned Mabel's home.
Who's Mabel?
She's his girlfriend. My wife brought them together.
You don't say.
Oh, yeah, they're a very fine couple, sir. We're hoping that someday they...
Spare me the details, Sergeant.
I'm sorry, Chief.
20,000 people from all over the county waiting to see us play, and you talk about romance. The police department, without a bat, without a glove to catch a ball with.
Without a ball, sir.
Is it any wonder we can't nab that Benedict gang of bank robbers? We can't even come into a ballpark fully prepared.
There's only one way I can figure it out, sir.
Mark my words, Keith. There's going to be a shake-up one of these days. It'll be more than a shake-up. It'll be an eruption.
Yes, sir, but as I was saying...
I want that Benedict gang put behind bars, and I want it done fast. Sick and tired of having these hoodlums make a monkey out of me. 6 bank robberies in 2 months. 3 of them repeat.
Will you step over here, Chief?
Where?
The public address system. There's a lot of people in the stands that'd like to hear you.
No, Keith, no speeches now. I'm not in the mood. Some other time, maybe.
Well, then, can I say a few words in Hank Hopper's behalf?
Can you?
He's a fine boy, and he's going to have a good record someday. He's still a rookie, you know.
I know.
I've known him and his family for many years. The only way I can figure out is not being here. He had an accident with the car.
Well, be that as it may, we can't afford to wait. We'll have to swallow our pride.
Well, if you say so, Chief.
Sergeant, ask the firemen if they have any equipment to spare.
Yes, sir.
Temporarily, of course, so my boys can practice.
I'll do that, sir, but it won't do any good.
What?
We need more than equipment, Chief. We need a pitcher.
What did you say?
Hank Hopper's my only hope. Now, if he shows up in time...
If? Sergeant Keith, don't tell me you built our team around one pitcher.
Oh, no. I had 3 pitchers, but 2 of them can't work today.
Oh, are they tired?
Well, Prescott was injured last night, arresting 2 burglars. And Lawson has a sore back.
And I have a... Come with me, Sergeant.
Where, Chief?
The locker room.
What are we going to do there?
Pray, Sergeant. Get down on our knees and pray for rain.
How's that, Joe?
Tree!
Some control, Mabel?
You speaking to me, Hank?
Honey, you ain't been watching.
No, I'm too busy thinking.
How am I going to convince you if you don't watch? What are you thinking about?
A couple of things. For one, what time is it?
1:15. Sergeant Keith said to be at the ballpark by 1:30. We got 15 minutes to go.
Oh, well, that gives me time to talk about the other thing.
What other thing?
Is Joe a lookout or isn't he?
A lookout? A lookout for what?
For somebody who might be transacting illegal business in that bank.
Oh, now listen, Mabel.
I was only thinking about it, dear.
Does Joe look like a crook to you?
He does.
Now, look, honey, I'm a cop. I should know a crook when I see one.
Take a good look at Joe.
Oh, the guy's okay, Mabel. You can take it from me.
All right, Hank, I'll take it from you. But you'll happen to have to take it from the chief if you should happen to be wrong, which I know you happen to be.
Hey!
Oh, coming, Joe. Stand back, Mabel. I'm going to give him my fastball now. I need room for the wind-up.
And there's another thing,
You
Hank.
shouldn't do that, Mabel.
If Joe isn't a crook, why was he hanging around the back door to this bank in this open lot on Sunday?
A guy's got a right to spend Sunday where he likes, Mabel.
But why here? Why not some other lot? If he likes open lots.
That's his business. I can't walk up to a guy and ask him if he's a crook. You got to catch him first.
I didn't ask you to ask him, Hank.
Then what's all the talk about?
Bang on the front door of the bank. If the watchman inside is conscious, he'll look through the glass to see who's banging. If he isn't, he won't.
Will that make you happy, chicken?
It might make you a hero.
Okay, I'll do it. After this next pitch.
Why not now?
Just one more pitch. Hey, you ready, Joe?
Let her ride, Hank.
My lightning ball. Right down the middle.
Hank!
I beamed him.
Ooh.
It got away from me. Come on.
He's lying so still.
Keep your fingers crossed it ain't manslaughter, Mabel. Oh, gee.
Is he dead?
He's still breathing. Joe. Joe.
He's not listening, Hank.
Joe. Oh, Joe. We'd better get him to a hospital, Mabel. I think he's hurt bad.
I'll phone for an ambulance.
No, we'll take him in the car. Time is of the essence.
But, Hank, what about the equipment in the game?
A man's life is in danger. It's a cop's duty to help the needy and the suffering. Gee, a nice guy like Joe and such a good catcher. I wonder what could have happened to my control.
Yeah. All right, Mason. Keep the alarm going citywide. The chief wants Hank Harper here if you have to bring him in a wagon.
Nothing yet, Chief?
Not a word, Chief. Not even a mention.
Not even the hospitals?
No place, sir.
Well?
I'm sick, sir. Very sick.
You're a healthy man compared to me, Sergeant. Well, what can we do now?
10 minutes to game time, and here we are, holed up in the locker room, afraid to show our faces in public.
And me, a public official. It isn't right, Sergeant, that a rookie should do this to me.
His father was my best friend. I persuaded that boy to join the force. I brought him into the team. It was in my own house that he and Mabel... You know something, Chief?
I thought I did. Once.
We prayed for nothing. It ain't gonna rain.
No. Well, perhaps we expected too much. We can't always count on Providence, you know.
I'm beginning to find that out, sir.
We got to learn to do a few things for ourselves.
Yes.
Oh, well. Where do we go from here?
I wish I knew, sir.
I'm a practical man, Sergeant. I know that by nightfall the mayor will have me on the carpet.
Yes.
Not to mention the budget committee. They won't like the idea of equipment bought and paid for but never used.
And we'll have to give the customers out there back their money.
It's a tragedy, Chief.
And to think Hank Harper did this to you, it's unbelievable.
Did you have to mention his name?
I only did it in passing, sir.
Don't you think I feel sick enough? Let me tell you something, Sergeant. When I get my hands on that boy, I'm not going to break him out of the department.
You're not?
I'm going to break him in half.
Wait, this might be it, sir. Maybe they've located him. Hello, Sergeant Keith talking. Yes? Yes? You don't say. You don't say. You don't say.
He doesn't say what, Chief.
All right, I'll tell him.
Well?
That was Sergeant Danaher reporting a robbery.
Well, what about Hank Harper? What robbery?
Oh, the bank on Prospect Avenue, next to the open lot. 2 men bound and gagged the watchman and burned a hole in the vault and walked off with $100,000.
Just like that?
The watchman says they were on the job for 2 or 3 hours. Yeah. Any orders, sir?
Yes. Call up the zoo and tell them to reserve a cage for me. That Benedict gang has made a monkey out of me again.
What's the verdict, Doctor?
There won't be any, Mr. Harper, if you don't give me a chance to examine this man.
That's all right. Take all the time you need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hank.
What is it, Mabel?
We gotta go.
I gotta find out about Joe first.
He's sleeping, and there's nothing you can do to wake him up.
It's my duty to stick around. Suppose he comes to and find out he's in a hospital with strange faces all around him.
But the game, Hank.
There's still plenty of time. Look, it's only 1:15 by my watch.
That clock on the wall says 3:20, dear.
Holy smoke, my watch stopped.
So have you. Well, Mr. Pitcher, it's only 20 minutes after game time.
That's all right. The sergeant's probably got lost in a press cart pitch until I get there.
Who's catching?
Riley.
Without a mitt?
Riley's tough. What did you say?
Pardon me for being so blunt, darling, but all the equipment is in your car. There's no game without the equipment. There's not even a team.
Mabel, one of us will have to go.
Sure, but which one?
Well, Mr. Harper.
The doctor. How is he, Doc?
Not too good, I'm afraid.
That's what I said from the start.
There's no skull fracture, but there is severe concussion.
Does that mean he'll have to stay here?
At least a week, miss. Probably 2.
Oh, how nice.
Mabel.
Now, Hank, you don't want Joe wandering around the streets, do you? You'd never see him again.
Yeah. Joe's really a nice guy, ain't he?
Yeah, and such a good catcher. You never can tell when he might need a little catching himself.
Yeah.
There's just one more thing, Mr. Harper.
Something else, Doc?
A little matter of detail. I'll have to file a report on this case.
That's all right. Go ahead.
How was this man injured?
I beamed him.
You what?
I hit him in the head with a baseball.
I see.
Hank, I think we better be going. Goodbye, Doctor.
I think you'd better stay until I notify the police.
Here's where you're busted, darling.
Why the police?
Assault and battery with intent to kill. That's a felony, Mr. Harper.
Me? But I'm a cop myself.
Impossible.
Well, sure. Here's the proof. Look. My shield. My credentials.
Unbelievable. Well, in that case, you injured this man in the line of duty.
No, Doctor, in the line of a wild pitch.
I still can't understand what happened to my control. Oh, look, Mabel, it's Joe. He's coming too.
But where's he going? That's the question.
Joe, can you hear me? It's me, your pitching pal, Hank Harper.
Mike.
He doesn't know who I am. He thinks I'm Mike. But Joe.
Let him talk, Hank. He's trying to say something.
But Mabel, I've got to straighten him out.
You already have.
Mike. He's there.
Hank, quick. Ask him where.
Where, Joe?
You know. 1492. 1492.
He's getting historical.
1492 Columbus Avenue. 3rd floor.
That's it, Hank.
Mabel, you stick here with him. I'll see you later.
Are you going there alone?
Of course. Somebody's got to tell Joe's family what happened to him. It might as well be me, the guy who's responsible.
Who's there?
Hank Harper. I want to see Mike.
Yeah? He don't live here no more.
Well, that's funny. Joe said this was the place.
What about Joe?
Are you Mike?
No, I'm Red. What about Joe?
He's in the hospital.
Hey, hear that, Mike?
Yeah, I heard it. Come in, Mr. Harper. We'd like to hear more.
What hospital?
The downtown. Come on, I'll take you there.
Wait a minute. I've still got a couple of questions.
But Joe's hurt and he's asking for you.
How'd he get hurt?
I beamed him with a baseball.
Oh, you did, huh? For nothing?
It was in the open lot next to the bank. Me and my girl Mabel were passing by, and I asked Joe if he'd touch it for
Well,
you.
I'll be. How do you like that, Mike? While me and you was sweating it
Shut
out,
up, Red.
playing baseball with a guy and a gal. Hey, that's bad, Mike.
I said shut up, Red.
Yeah, but after...
Shut up.
Okay, Mike, I'm through talking.
You fellas don't get along, do you?
Oh, we manage.
Oh, Joe's a swell guy. There ought to be more harmony between his brothers.
Brothers?
Sure, there's plenty of harmony, Hank. Once in a while we get mad, but we're only human. So you bean Joe and put him in the hospital, huh?
I hope you don't hold it against me, fellas.
Relax, pal. The best thing that ever happened to our brother. He's been needing a rest for a long time.
He didn't look tired of me.
I know. It never shows on him. But inside, you know.
Yeah. A lot of people are like that. They look fine, and all of a sudden...
They're leading the parade.
Yeah.
Sometimes an accident is the best thing that can happen to a guy.
You're telling me. Oh, excuse me, Mike. There's a couple of $20 bills on the floor.
Where?
Here under the table. I'll get them for you.
You're getting careless, Red.
They must have slipped through my fingers, boss, when I picked up the pile.
Here's your money, Mike.
Oh, thanks, pal. Now, how about something to drink?
Later, after we get back from the hospital.
You worried about Joe?
The doc said he was hurt bad.
What, he's in good hands, ain't he?
Well, sure.
So why worry? Get the glasses, Red.
Sure, right away.
Sit down, Hank. You're one of the family now.
Thanks, fellas.
Make yourself at home. Like you might be spending the rest of your life here.
This is how they got in, Chief. The back door.
I don't care how they got in, Sergeant Keith. I want to know why they got away.
Why?
I'm asking you, Sergeant. This makes robbery number 7 for that Benedict gang.
Oh, you sure it was them?
I recognize the trademark.
Oh, to be sure. Well, anyway, they did one good thing for us.
Did they?
They gave us an excuse to postpone the game.
That's going to help me a lot in my career, Sergeant.
Well, it gives us another chance, sir.
Let's get back to my car.
Yes, sir.
I want every house, every cellar, every dive searched. Send out a nationwide alarm. I want that Benedict gang.
I'll do that, sir.
Don't waste another minute.
No, sir, I'll... Bless my soul, look.
What now, Sergeant?
That baseball on the ground, Chief.
Sergeant Keith, can I persuade you to think of crime for a change, just to make me happy?
That's what I'm doing, sir.
Well, then, let's get it
In a minute, sir. This baseball belongs to us.
What?
It's got the seal of the police department on it.
Sergeant, is it possible?
I'm afraid it is, Chief. It's our equipment, and Hank Harper was in charge of it.
Well,
I only hope he is, sir.
I mean, I'll have to change my opinion of that boy. He's a hero. He gave up the pleasure of pitching a baseball game to do his duty. I wouldn't be surprised if he took the Benedict gang single-handed.
Did he? Then whose blood is that on the ground?
Blood? Where's the nearest hospital?
The downtown, sir. It's a couple of blocks from here.
Let's hurry.
If that boy is there...
He's got to be there. No, that's not what I mean. That gang of bank robbers has got to be there. Come on, Sergeant.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Shut up, Red.
Huh?
I said shut up.
Oh, I didn't say nothing, Mike.
I don't like your singing. And Hank don't like it either. Do you, Hank?
I've heard worse.
You see, he likes me to have fun.
Shut up.
Okay.
Have another drink, Hank.
No more, Mike. I've got to get back to the hospital. Mabel won't know what happened to me.
Well, what's a girl between friends?
I don't talk that way about Mabel, and I don't let nobody else talk.
My tongue slipped. Don't you, like our company, Hank?
Well, sure I do, but...
Okay, then have another drink. Fill 'em up, Red.
Right away, Mike.
But I've had enough, honest.
Either you drink with us or you don't. If you drink, you're a pal. If you don't...
Now, listen, Mike, really...
Well, Hank, which one are you?
We finished the whole bottle, didn't we?
Friend or enemy?
Ain't you fellas anxious to see Joe?
Joe?
Shut up, Red.
But, Mike, I was only asking if that's what I...
Company, Red.
I'll see who it is.
Wait a minute, you lug. Find out first.
Well, that's what I meant, Mike. What do you want?
Is Hank Harper in there?
Mabel. That's Mabel.
What do I do now, Mike?
You sure that's Mabel, Hank?
Am I sure? The sweetest voice in the world.
Okay, Red. Let her in.
Right.
Well, what are you boys playing? Threes out?
I hope you ain't mad about my not coming right back to the hospital, honey.
Me mad? When you're keeping such good company?
Hey, that's some tomato, Mike.
Such nice people. Who are your friends, Hank?
Well, that's Mike and that's Red. This is Mabel.
Wow, what a cookie.
Look out, Red. You don't break your teeth on it.
Yeah. A slugger, too.
Sit down, Red.
Huh?
Sit down.
Oh, okay, Mike. Hey, but the gal should have a drink, too.
She will. Where'd you get this address, Mabel?
From Joe. He talked in his sleep.
Uh-huh. Anybody else get it?
The doctor.
How about the cops, baby?
I got it, Mike.
Hey, Mike, what goes? Why talk about the cops?
Shut up, Red.
Well, I was only asking.
Don't ask.
Oh.
What's the pitch, Hank?
The pitch?
What are you looking for?
I told you. Joe asked for you, and I came to take you to the hospital.
That story's no good, pal.
Say, what are you guys anyway?
Why didn't you drink the stuff I gave you?
Why?
Echoes should be heard but not seen.
All right, it's no good. The worst liquor I ever tasted.
So you pretended to go through the bottle with us, huh? And when you thought I wasn't looking, you dumped your whiskey out of the window.
Is that what he did, Mike?
First, you tried to get us to go to the hospital so your mom could come in here and clean us out.
Me? What's he talking about, Mabel?
You better listen to him, honey. I think you're about to learn something.
When that didn't work, you thought you'd drink us under the table. You should have kept your eyes open, Bud. You would have seen me spill my drink every time you spilled yours.
Where's the money, Mike?
What money, Mabel?
The wad they took out of the bank while you were pitching to Joe. $100,000.
You mean them and Joe?
Crooks, darling. What I've been saying right along.
Those two $20 bills and... Well, I'll be...
Don't move, Harper. Get your hand away from your coat.
Now, listen, Red.
You better do as he says, Hank. They're a couple of killers, and they got the right tools for the job.
Yeah. What a dope.
That should have been my line, darling.
Frisk him, Red.
Yeah, right away, Mike. Hey, look, Mike.
Huh?
A service holster. This guy ain't no crook. He's a cop.
Well, welcome. Get some rope, Red.
Oh, we gonna tie him up and leave him here?
We're gonna tie him up and set fire to the apartment.
Yeah, that's much better. I must be getting soft.
Oh, Red.
Yeah?
Before you go, there's something I want you to do for me.
Oh, well, what?
Give me that gun.
Hey. Oh.
Get them up, you.
Hey, Mike, cops. More cops.
Sergeant Keith. And the chief.
Good work, Keith. You shot the gun right out of his hand.
I told you we'd take them alive, Chief. Get the guns, Hank. These boys are through shooting for a while.
My, how pretty they look with their hands up. Almost like gentlemen.
Where's the money, Mike?
Look for it.
It's in the closet, Chief.
Double crosser. I'll get you for this, Red.
Don't let him hit me. Don't let him hit me. I'm turning state's evidence.
I'll see that he's a good boy, Red. Here's a couple of bracelets for you, Mike. And here's a couple for you, too, Red.
For me, Sergeant? But I'm gonna sing.
Sure, but you won't mind if we keep you in a cage for a while, will you?
Well, you gotta do your duty, don't you?
Get going.
Congratulations, Harper. I'll see that you get a citation for this.
Thanks, Chief.
The most successful rookie we've ever had on our police force.
Thanks, Chief. But there's one thing I'd like to explain.
Well, what is it, my boy?
About why I didn't show up at the game. You see, Mabel made the remark that there's no such thing like a curve in baseball. And then she said I couldn't pitch, so the first chance I got...
Are you apologizing? The game has been postponed for 1 week. After what you just did, you can pitch for me any time.
Any time? How about in the game?
Well, of course. Why, you're the man of the hour. You just captured the Benedict gang, including Mike Benedict himself.
Me? Was that the... Mike and Red and Joe, too?
Hank, darling.
Joe, too? And him such a good catcher?
Over here, Hank.
Hello, Mabel.
Oh, you did a great job, darling. Every pitch came from the heart. I could see it.
They knocked me out of the box, chicken.
Oh, now, that's nothing to cry about. I heard it happens to professionals, too.
But the firemen, I don't understand it.
You don't understand what?
What happened to it, Mabel? What happened to my control?
And so closes tonight's story, A Pitch in Time. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Walter Kinsella played Hank Harper. Ann Thomas was Mabel. Cameron Prudhomme was the chief of police. King Calder played Mike. Bill Smith was Sergeant Keith. Earl George was Red. And Barry Thompson, the doctor. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have the very exciting story of a gypsy caravan that didn't move until it got set for murder. It's called The Gypsy Sings of Death. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. Here is something important. Today, there is a crisis in our country's school system. Schools are understaffed, classrooms are crowded, and buildings and equipment inadequate and deteriorating. The teacher's morale is at its lowest point in history. Many are leaving the school system. The main victims of this sorry state of affairs are the children of this nation. 28 million of them. And the nation itself. It is the duty of Americans to see that these conditions are corrected. You can do it by joining and working with local groups, such as your parent-teacher organizations. Look them up in your locality and become a part of them. Only through the organized efforts of these groups can you guarantee your child the kind of education he's entitled to.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Yep, gets pretty lonely pounding a beat in this neighborhood, Mr. Gorham. Glad to walk a little way with you.
Oh, it's just the other way around, officer.
Walking home alone at midnight in this section isn't my idea of fun.
You know pretty near all the characters around here, don't you?
All of them that ever checked into the hotel I clerk at. That is, if you're charitable and can call it a hotel.
Ah, poor fellas. I kind of feel sorry for some of them.
Yes, some of them. Yes, fellas like Johnny Edwards, Boxcar Charlie, or Billy Duke. Nice boys who just never quite made it. They'll work, only nobody will give them a job.
Well, Mr. Gorham, everybody's got their own problems.
Yes, indeed.
Some guys who...
So
Look where?
Well, over there, behind the ash cans, there's a body lying there.
There is. Well, we'll soon see about that. Oh, it's a body, all right.
Oh.
A body in a full-dress suit.
Oh, that is all I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week.
I've got to phone in a report on this right away.
Yes, hurry.
Some swell got himself murdered. But why did he have to do it on my beat?
Officer, wait just a minute.
For what?
I think I know this man.
Now, Mr. Gorham, you know a lot of the characters from around here on account of your job, but you think you know this fella in the full-dress suit?
I'm positive I know him. Evening clothes or no evening clothes, I know him. He stays at my hotel anytime he has a buck for a room. The dead guy, all dressed up in a full-dress suit, is Boxcar Charlie.
What's the use of being district attorney, Vance, if I can't have a siren on my car?
Well, there's a little matter of seeing that guilty people are punished, that the laws are upheld, little things like that, Markham.
I know. But I think this siren is a throwback to the days when I was a kid and wanted to be a fireman.
I wanted to be a streetcar conductor.
I'll have to have a bell put in this car for you.
Oh, thank you.
But there's a spot where they found the body, Vance, just up the street where the crowd is gathered.
Glad I was with you when the call came in. The man definitely identified as a derelict, but wearing full evening dress when he was found murdered. Fascinating power.
I thought you'd like it. Now, let's see what we can do about finding out who killed him. After you, Vance.
Right.
Surprising the crowd will gather at any hour of the day or night just to see something unusual.
Oh, these people have plenty of time. Excavating work doesn't start for 7 hours or so, and they have to watch something.
That's so. Let us through, please. I'm sorry. Let us through. If you don't mind. What happened? Please, just out of my way, please. Thank you. Hello, officer. I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, I recognize you, Miss Markham. I'm Riley, 23rd Precinct. I found the body.
Yes, I know. I see it hasn't been removed.
I'm waiting for the men from the morgue now, Mr. Markham.
While we're waiting, is it all right for me to examine the body?
Go ahead, Vance. It's all right, Riley. He's Philo Vance.
Oh, Vance is it? Go right ahead, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. I don't think I'll be more than a few moments.
Right, Vance. Officer.
Yes, sir?
Your report said the dead man lived at a very cheap hotel down in this section. Yet, when you found him, he was wearing evening clothes.
And it did, Mr. Markham. And don't ask me to explain it, because I can't.
You won't have to, officer, but I think I can.
What was that?
Vance, you took one look at the body, and you can explain why a down-and-out individual would be wearing a dress suit?
Not only that, but I think I have an idea where I can start looking for the killer of our friend Boxcar Charlie.
Now, Vance, I've seen you do astounding things, but never anything like this. How could you possibly find a clue so quickly?
Charlie was stabbed, but the knife isn't here, so it couldn't be that.
It isn't. And I never saw Charlie while he was living, if that's what you're thinking, Markham.
I'm not thinking anything at the moment.
All right, my friend, let's leave it just that way.
Personally, I never saw anything like this.
All right.
You're pretty smart, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Now I'm going to investigate the clue I found, which will give me an idea of just how smart I am.
Okay, bum out. Come on, out.
Just a cup of coffee, George. Just a cup of coffee.
Get out, I said. This is a diner, not a free lunch joint. Willie, open the door. I gotta toss this guy out of here.
George, quick, George.
Well, that's that.
Yeah.
Get rid of him, Willie.
Maybe he'll be back.
I doubt it. Suppose we get organized on that gimmick we got going. Everything's all set up for us.
I don't think so. I got another idea about that.
What's the matter with you? Do you have to argue about everything?
Use of living if you can't argue. No fun in agreeing with people.
And it's no fun in listening to you doubt everything either. Look, let's get something straight.
As if anybody as crooked as us could get anything straight.
There you go again. Anyhow, here's something you can't argue about. Boxcar Charlie is dead, and
It seemed like that when I stuck a knife in him, but I ain't no doctor. I ain't sure, you know.
I am. He walked into this lunchroom of mine at the wrong time. He heard something he shouldn't have heard, and he had to go.
Well, maybe he didn't hear nothing. We ain't sure he did.
We couldn't take any chances, could we?
Now, don't get sore at me. I killed him, don't forget. Anybody traces that knife and back to us, we can forget about this place and that big plan we got and everything else.
Nobody's going to do that. Don't worry.
Yeah? Who's doing the contradicting now? Okay, Georgie. We got rid of the one guy who might interfere with us. We got clear sailing from here in. It's going to be happy days here again for us unless...
Now what?
Unless somebody gets hep to what we're doing. And then it ain't happy days here again. It's goodbye forever.
Hello, District Attorney Markham speaking.
Anybody that calls the DA's office at 2 o'clock in the morning doesn't rate as dignified an answer as that.
Hello, Vance.
Hello. I thought you'd come right back to your office when I left you after we found that dressed-up body.
And I thought you'd get in touch with me, so we both thought correctly.
That's right. It's a little difficult getting information at this hour, but I think I've finally come up with something.
Something like what?
Something like what I promised you. A place to start investigating the murder of Boxcar Charlie.
I thought you knew that when you looked at the body.
I had only a general idea. It isn't that any longer.
What do you mean?
Gone, like all good ideas, from the general to the particular.
Oh.
I just thought I'd let you know I'm on the way to a certain diner.
You hungry, Vance?
For information. I've been to 5 diners since I left you. According to the phone book, there's only one more particular diner left in town.
One?
Apparently, I've left it to last.
And like most of the cases we've had in this office, when it comes to a lead on a killer, I've left it to Vance.
Keep you pretty busy, don't they, Connie?
Oh, I don't mind. This mission is part of my life, George. I like helping people.
Why not?
Oh, and I want to thank you for bringing those sandwiches. The men will appreciate them.
Oh, I was glad to do it. What's the use of running a coffee shop if you can't give away the food you're not going to sell anyway? How's the big thing coming?
Oh, the benefit?
Yeah.
Better than I had any right to expect. Everybody's helped. They announced it over the radio. The newspaper men have been wonderful, and people are actually buying tickets.
Good.
But then I sold more than $1,000 worth today alone.
Why not? It's a good cause. A mission like the one you run here helps people.
It helps unfortunate people. Oh, but the others have been very kind.
Well, why shouldn't they?
Well.
After all, what are other people except unfortunate people who got a break?
Well, philosophy from a coffee shop owner.
Wow.
But, George, I never believed it. Anyhow, I've got $3,000 in cash right here in this envelope, and it'll be $10,000 by tomorrow, I hope.
All I can say is you're a pretty nice gal, Connie. Personally, I...
Oh, here comes the customer, George. Excuse me.
Hello, lady. I'm a poor unfortunate. I sure would like a cup of coffee. Maybe you had something to go with it. I'd like that, too.
Well, that's what we're here for. It's rather late, but I just got in a fresh batch of sandwiches, so if you'll sit down...
Gee, sure. Thanks. It's join me, Bud?
No, thanks. Connie,
Yes, sir.
don't you think you ought to put this money in a safe or a bank or something?
Oh, not tonight anymore. I haven't got a safe and the banks aren't open. Besides, nobody knows how much there is in this envelope.
Now, $3,000 is a lot of dough. Hey, that bum is going for it.
Stop him, George.
I'll give it that, I will. Give me that
Let
envelope.
go, Mary. Let go.
I'll let go, all right. This.
Oh, George.
I didn't want to do that, but then you didn't want to lose that $3,000 either, did you, Connie?
No, I'll get some water for this poor fellow. Oh, and George, it was good of you to stop him from stealing that money.
Nobody touches that money, Connie.
You mean nobody but me, of course.
Sure. That's exactly what I mean. Hello.
Look, the joint is open, but nothing is going on. The boss is out, and I don't sling no hash.
I wasn't looking for food.
And what are you doing here at 2:30 in the morning? Slumming? Could be that. You look like something from uptown.
It doesn't matter where I come from, does it?
Maybe it does.
Now, don't be difficult, friend. I'm Philo Vance. That name mean anything to you?
No, but I'm glad for your sake you got it. Everybody's got to have some kind of a name. Of course, you overdid it a
Now,
little.
listen, you.
Hey, the coat. Don't bend the coat. Relax.
Okay.
What do you want?
I want to know whether you ever heard of a man they called Boxcar Charlie.
Not that I remember.
He never came in here?
Not that I know of.
You around this place very often?
Not so you could notice.
Where's the owner?
George, I don't know. Out somewhere, I guess.
I see I'm not getting anywhere.
Is there anything you do know, my friend?
Yeah, sure. Try me on that 2 and 2 business.
Look, I've had no sleep, and I've very little patience left. Get me a cup of coffee.
Hey, why don't you drink milk, huh? It's better for growing boys. Now, beat it, Sonny. I'm awful busy doing nothing.
I've got nowhere to go.
You don't get out of here, they'll be digging you a place to go. Now, beat it, I said.
That's right, you did say that. Now, is there any way you know of making me leave?
Yeah, just one very simple way. I ask you nicely, and then...
That was better than walking around the reservoir. Gave me some exercise, but very little else. What else did you want? What happened to Willie? Willie is out. You, George? Yeah. What hit him besides you? The truck that just happened to be going through your coffee shop. That's a shortcut, I guess. More trucks go through here. George, I've got some questions to ask you. That's funny. I got no answers. I'll look around for some if you like. Now, don't you be cute. Why should I answer anything you ask? Well, they are. Look at Willie. Got a good enough reason? What'd he do? Argue with you? Take the other side or whatever you said? He always did that. You shouldn't have got sore. The next time I feel my emotions carry me away, I'll remember to ask your permission. Yeah, do that. George, I'm Philo Vance. I want to know something about a man called Boxcar Charlie. Who? Well, here we go again. George, remember Willie here? Oh, Boxcar Charlie. Why didn't you say so? What do you want to know about him? When did you see him last? Yesterday sometime. Why? He was knifed to death earlier tonight. He was? Yes. Well, ain't that too bad. Why, he didn't have very much to live for, though, did he? What are you, a detective? Not exactly. In that case, if I was you, you know what I'd do? Should I? Yeah. If you're smart, you'd follow your nose right out of here. It's the only way I know of keeping it out of a business that don't concern you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The full-dress murder case opened with the finding of the knifed body of Boxcar Charlie, derelict. When discovered, Charlie's body was clothed in full evening dress, which led Philo Vance to announce he knew where to start looking for the killer. Vance told me that a certain diner would supply a clue. But how he arrived at that, or what happened at the diner when he went there, I have yet to find out. Vance is here, however. Vance, I have a theory about the evening clothes.
Have you, Markham?
Yes. Boxcar Charlie wasn't a tramp. He was living in the slums for some reason. Actually, he lived a double life and was known by quite another name in society. That would account for his full dress.
Yes, it would.
Well, then you agree that what I believe is possible.
Oh, definitely. Of course, I haven't done any investigation along those lines, but it is possible.
If you haven't investigated, it's because you're on an entirely different and chances are a much more logical angle.
Well, it is different, I'll tell you that.
Will you also tell me what it is, what other reason there could be for a broken-down character to be wearing top hat and tails?
No, I will not. Not yet. But I must very shortly.
Well, that's something. And, by the way, why must you?
Because you'll find out for yourself very shortly.
Well, that's interesting news. Tell me what you found out at George's diner, will you, Vance?
I think I found out who killed Charlie.
Just like that.
Yes. I have several reasons for thinking that. One of them being the fact that it was so hard to get information about Charlie from the owner of the diner and his friend Willie.
How do you know they knew him?
That I've got to keep to myself until I'm sure they did. Remember, I said I only think I know our killers. When I'm sure and when I find why Charlie was killed, I'll let you know. And let you in on how I know.
Connie?
Oh, I'm over here, George. Come on over.
Brought you some fresh coffee from the shop this morning, Connie.
Oh, thanks. Would you set it down right there, please?
Sure.
Thanks. Guess how much came in this morning?
A lot, huh?
Mm-hmm. $8,000, George. I've got over $11,000 right here. Isn't that wonderful? I'll be able to build a sleeping dormitory and put in a kitchen and... Oh, golly, I think people are nice, don't you?
Some of them, Connie. I still think you ought to put that money in a safe place.
Oh, I will. As soon as someone comes in to relieve me, I'll go to the bank. Oh, it was wonderful opening those letters and seeing all the money that...
Hold everything, you two.
Well, what? George, he's got a gun. George!
What's the matter with your boyfriend, lady? Can't he talk?
What do you want? This is a mission. There's nothing here you can steal.
I wouldn't say that. I'll take that envelope on that desk, lady.
Oh, no, please. That isn't my money. It belongs to
It's going to belong to me. No. That's all I care about. Now, hand it over.
George.
Okay, Connie. Now, look, you. That money is charity dough. It's supposed to help poor people.
What's the matter? You think I'm rich?
Give me that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, now that's better. Now, both of you be nice and quiet for 5 minutes.
No, you don't. Hey, knock the gun out of his hand. Grab it, Connie.
You're not grabbing any gun.
George.
Hold it. I got my gun back, and you got your boyfriend on the floor.
Please.
Now, see that he stays there for a few minutes, and you stay here, too, to take care of him, which will be also taking care of yourself. Over 10 grand already, Georgie, and I ain't through yet.
That'll be over 11,000.
I don't think so.
Again, he don't think so. Don't you ever agree with anything, Willie?
Not if I can help it. Yeah, one thing.
What's that?
That is a pip of a shiner you got on your right eye. I didn't know I could hit so hard. You know, when I clipped you at the mission, Georgie, I wasn't trying to hurt you.
You didn't. I faked getting knocked out, and you know it.
Well, then what's with the eye?
That smart Alec Philo Vance has been around, hasn't he? I suppose he hears about the stick-up of the mission and starts putting 2 and 2 together and finds I was at the mission when a hold-up took place.
Oh, so you gave yourself a black eye. Smart guy.
Uh-huh.
And on you, it don't look bad.
Big joke.
Hey, now, where did they stop counting?
It was over 10,000. I don't know the exact figure.
Well, we'll call it 10,020. That was about it. Hey, Georgie, somebody's trying the door.
Oh, shut up and he'll go away, whoever it is.
Come on, open up in there. I heard you talking. Open up.
Hey, that sounds like Vance.
For once, I wish I could argue with you. Get that open up as soon as I stash this money out of sight.
Okay, get rid of it. I'm going to open the door.
All right.
Hold it, I'm coming.
Okay, Georgie, let him in.
Okay. Hello, Vance.
Hello. Aren't you open for business?
Does it look like we are?
No. I came over to see you about that holdup at the mission, George. I understand you were quite a hero.
Well, are you back again?
Finally. Right at the moment, I want to talk to George. Any objections?
Not from me, no.
I thought you were investigating Boxcar Charlie's murder, Vance. How come a stick-up interests you?
There might possibly be a connection, you know. That's a lovely eye you have.
Like it? Maybe you'd like one to match.
Willie would talk you out of trying. But I'm hoping he won't, if you know what I mean. Have any trouble seeing out of it?
Not a bit. My left eye is awfully good. Well, you're here, Vance. I'm still waiting to find out why.
Just to get your story of the holdup.
What story? Guy came in with a gun. He grabbed the envelope with the money in it with his left hand. He started backing away when I knocked the gun out of his mitt. Clipped me while I was trying to grab the envelope, and that's all.
It probably ain't, Vance. Ask him more questions.
I really don't have to, Willie. I'm quite certain I know all the answers now.
Miss Connie here, and I have been waiting quite a while for you, Vance.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Markham. My apologies, Miss Connie.
Quite all right.
But I wanted to be very sure of my ground first.
And are you now, Mr. Vance?
Yes. I know George and Willie killed Boxcar Charlie. I know why they did it.
Oh?
And I know both of them were in on the plan to rob your mission of the benefit money.
You don't have to know very much more than that to make our arrest, Vance. I'm still waiting to find out the reason Boxcar Charlie was dressed in evening clothes, by the way.
I'm so glad he was, Markham. It made things so much easier.
Not for me.
Well, Mr. Vance, if you know who killed Charlie, if you know it was Willie and George, and you know they both robbed me, what are you waiting for? Why don't you let Mr. Markham arrest them so I can get that money?
I want you to try and get it without our having to arrest them, Miss Connie.
What?
You took the word right out of my mouth, Miss Connie.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be mysterious. What I meant was that if you'll do one thing for me, Miss Connie...
Yes?
We'll have 2 killers in custody before nightfall.
Sure, I know where George lives, Miss Connie. I sure am anxious to do something for you on account of all the coffee you give me at the mission.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Just point out the house to me.
Well, it ain't really a house. It's kind of like a basement. It's right here. It is right there, Miss Connie. Only I sure hope you ain't going to get tangled up with him. I sure hope you ain't, Miss Connie.
I'll be all right. And thank you very much.
It's all right. It's sure all right. I'd sure like to come over to the mission sometime.
Any time at all.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's me. Connie from the mission.
Ah. I never expected you here.
I know you didn't. Hello, George. Hi, Willie.
You're all we need here.
Of course, I'm delighted to have you visit me, Connie, but I can't think of any reason why you're here.
I can.
I think Willie's got something.
You said it.
Look, George, you don't think I fell for that phony hold-up, do you? I know Willie didn't hit you hard enough to knock you down. I let him grab that money. And now I'm here for a cut.
Oh. For once, I agree with you, George.
I have a little information, boys. Philo Vance knows the whole score, too. And if you don't land, you two characters are cooked.
So you're not the big-hearted dame who only lived to pass out coffee to bums, are you, Connie?
You want to talk about me or you?
All right.
Vance knows you killed Boxcar Charlie, and he knows Charlie probably overheard you two planning the stick-up, and so you killed him.
Oh, that's Vance. How could he know that?
That ain't important. Connie, you've earned your cut, and you'll get it.
Fine.
Now, can you stall Vance if we make a three-way cut of the dough we got?
Maybe.
And I think I know how Vance located us. But does he know we faked that hold-up, Georgie and me?
He sure does.
How could he know that? We didn't do anything.
That's a matter of opinion.
Vance.
And District Attorney Markham.
Yes.
Oh, how well did I do, Mr. Vance?
Hey, what is this? Snapping off the lock on the door so we could get in was excellent, Miss Connie.
Hey, that dame was a phony. How do you like that? And these characters heard us admit we killed Charlie.
The window, Willie. Let's get out the window.
Oh, grab Willie, Markham. One down. How are you doing, Markham?
Watch.
Well, I'd say you were doing very well. And now, Miss Connie, your money is probably in this place somewhere.
I hope so.
I think we'll be able to find it and officially close this case.
Oh, no, you don't, Vance.
No? Why not?
First, I want to know how you tracked Boxcar Charlie's murder to George and Willie and how you knew that holdup was fake.
All right, Markham. I'll tell you. But let's take George and Willie downtown first. And I'll tell you how I knew second. Markham, you've been puzzled as to why Boxcar Charlie was wearing a full-dress suit when he was killed, aren't you?
Among other things, I am puzzled about that, yes.
Well, when I saw the full dress he was wearing, I noticed there were 2 worn spots about 1.5 inches wide on each shoulder. Now, what would make worn spots like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
I thought it might be from a sandwich sign that was being carried around. The straps from the sign would wear down the cloth just that way.
That still doesn't tell you anything. Rather, it doesn't tell me anything.
I believed that if the man were in evening clothes, there had to be a reason for it. I believed he was carrying a sign advertising something to do with high hat or full dress. I looked in the phone book.
Yes, I remember you telling me you used the phone book.
I did, and found a number of high hat diners.
5
of them, to be exact. I investigated them all until I found George's place.
It sounds very simple now when you tell it. Do you mind telling me how you knew the holdup at the Mission wasn't on the level?
Not at all. According to Miss Connie's story and George's, he was standing facing the masked holdup man.
Yes.
And was trying to get the envelope with the money in it out of that individual's left hand.
That's right.
Then the holdup character allegedly hit George in the eye and dropped him.
That's the story George and Connie told.
Certainly, but George's eye made it a lie. You see, in that situation, the holdup man must have hit George in the left eye.
Yes.
Yet it was George's right eye that was black, an indication that somewhere along the line there was something a little bit spurious.
No doubt about that. George probably blackened his own eye to make his story and Connie's corroboration really stand up.
Yes.
Your theory of why George and Willie killed Charlie has been borne out by their confession, so I guess that's the end of that.
The end of them and of the full-dress murder case.
Calling all detectives. A face appears on a television screen. One face among thousands. As you watch the television screen,
that face suddenly assumes the mask of death. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, lends to be a close observer, even of things happening 20 miles away. When I'm very busy, I generally grab a bite to eat at whatever place is handiest, which generally turns out to be a bar and grill. These days, one thing that every bar and grill seems to have is...
And here they come out for the third round. The bruiser looks weak. Look at him swaying there.
Yeah? Television. That evening, I was watching what looked like a one-sided massacre with the bruiser on the receiving end. At the end of that round, the camera swung around on the fans at ringside. Right in front, there was a heavy-set, red-faced character who promptly made faces at the camera and waggled his fingers. I saw him only for a moment because the camera returned to the ring. 1 minute later, the bruiser suddenly came back to life and knocked his opponent kicking. The next night, in another bar and grill, I watched some harness races coming from a different station. Between races, the camera picked up the crowd. And there, right in front, was the same red-faced character, still making faces and waggling his fingers. But as I watched, his eyes glazed over and his mouth sagged open. In that moment, I was seeing a man who had been shot to death at a track 20 miles away. 2 nights running, I saw the picture of a man mugging into a television camera. And on the second night, for a brief instant, I saw death slip over his face. At police headquarters, Lieutenant Dawson told me,
Frankie Cosgrove was his name, Jerry, one of those sporting characters. Nobody knows how to make a living. What's your interest in the case?
I saw him die. Dawson looked shocked.
You were there? Saw a man killed and kept quiet about it until now?
I shook my head. Don't get excited, Dawson. I saw it on a television screen. The camera was on Cosgrove at the moment he was killed. What's more, I saw him on a different television screen the night before. Dawson stared at me.
Jerry, let's talk to the people who work those television cameras.
We talked to the television cameramen and to other people higher up who ran the television stations.
Mr. Browning, some people are inveterate show-offs. When they see a camera turned on them, they act for it. Remarkable coincidence that this murdered man got his face into the picture on 2 successive evenings, but believe me, only a coincidence.
I haven't made a living as a private detective for 10 years by taking anybody's word for it that what he can't explain is just a coincidence. Laughing Boy is one of my best sources of information. For a price.
What do you want, Browning? Hurry it up.
There was a character killed at the track the other night, Frankie Cosgrove. Laughing Boy barely moved his lips.
I don't know who killed him.
I didn't think you would. What I want to know is, how did Frankie get by? What was his racket?
$20 buys that.
I held the money cupped in my hand. Laughing Boy's fingers closed avidly over the 20.
Gambling. Cosgrove was a percentage boy. Never with his own money.
At 6:30 in the morning, clocking horses as they worked out around the track, Sad Sam Soper looked even sadder than usual.
What a life, Jerry, what a life.
Sam, as a handicapper, I thought you'd know most of the sporting characters around. I am looking for a line on a small-time gambler, Frankie Cosgrove. Made his living betting other people's money. Sad Sam's eyes were remote as he gazed across the track.
Jerry, if a man's job is to bet money with bookies for big-time gamblers that don't want to be seen doing their own betting, that's what you might call approximately legitimate. But if he figures out an angle on how to give the boys he's working for an extra point or two, then you understand, the bookies might get very, very annoyed with him. And the biggest bookie in town is Joe Peckham.
Joe Peckham's bookie parlor was one of the best equipped in town. It served free drinks to customers. Anybody could enter the place except...
You're a private pick, Browning. Keep out.
There was plenty of steam behind my wallet, but it didn't even rock the muscle man at the door. And he didn't raise a hand to return the blow. I said, I'll just keep slugging until you lose your temper. We stage a battle royal and the cops show up. Or you let me in. The muscle man smiled thinly.
Come on in.
The doorman was right behind me as I entered the big room. When he saw us, Joe Peckham walked out of the cashier's booth.
This sham has slugged his way in.
Peckham nodded, whispered,
This way, Browning.
Peckham sat down at a small desk, waved a negligent hand at me.
Talk to me, Browning. Give me one reason why Tommy shouldn't kick your teeth in.
I grinned at him. Well, I know who killed Frankie Cosgrove and why. How's that for a reason? Peckham was amused.
Why should I want to kill a mosquito like Cosgrove?
Because he had a system. Because he went to fights and to the track and picked up information that would change betting odds. And then he worked his way up to where he'd get picked up by a television camera and wigwagged his information to somebody on the outside. It didn't work for him every night, most likely, but if it worked just once in a while, what a shellacking a big-time bookie like you would take. And did take. Peckham wasn't amused anymore.
You chump. To come here with stuff like that and expect to get out alive.
I glanced around the room. The muscle man. He didn't look happy. Then I turned back to Peckham. Something's bothering your boy, Mr. Peckham. Maybe he's even thinking. As, for example, how did I find out? They made a film from that telecast. It showed Cosgrove getting killed, and it showed who killed him. If your mug here starts anything with me, he'll wind up where you're going, which is a chair wired for voltage. Peckham whispered,
Take him, Tommy.
Nothing happened. The guard just stood there. After a moment, I got up. Come on, Peckham. Let's go. Huh? Peckham was the killer. He'd done his own dirty work. The stuff about a film of the telecast was nonsense, of course. But it was real enough to Peckham so that he started talking and talked himself into a life sentence. Like I said, a murderer always has plenty to worry about. And these days, he's even got to be careful about television. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Tonight's story, the case of murder by amateurs.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
Usually, a district attorney can quickly spot the work of an amateur in crime. But it's not always easy for him to solve the crime itself. One of the most puzzling and vicious crimes we ever worked on had its start in a city bowling alley about 10:30 one night. A flashy red-headed girl in the cashier's cage is talking to a boy lounging at the window.
Oh, look, Nick, why don't you take me out?
You kidding?
Don't you want to?
Well, sure I want to, Angie, but I got no money. No job now. Ladino's fired me.
There's ways to get money.
Uh-oh, I better go. Here comes Ladino.
What of it?
I told you not to hang around here, Nelson.
He ain't hurting nobody,
Yeah, but
Joe.
I told him to keep away from you, baby. Now, you get out and stay out, see? Okay. You come into the office, Angie. You'll quit in time anyway. Hey, Sammy, take a cage.
Wait for me, Nick, out back by the parking lot.
Shut the door. Sit down.
I'll stand. Well, what is it?
You know what it is. You're my girl.
Listen, I told you.
No bum like Nick Nelson's going to hang around you.
What if I want him to hang around?
Oh, you two-timer little...
Stop it!
You're not selling me that. You're my girl, and you're going to stay my girl, you see?
You dirty louse! Let me alone!
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. It's to my temper. You know how it is.
Hey, Joe! I need some nickels and dimes.
You know, it gets away from me.
Hey, Joe!
Yeah, all right. Look, baby, you forget about this, huh? Will you please? Good. I didn't mean to hurt you. You know, I'm crazy about you.
Baboon. Leaving with him. Nick.
Yeah, over here.
Get in, Nick. You drive.
Wait a minute, Angie. Whose car is this?
It's Joe's, if that makes any difference. Get in. He's up over the sunbar. Drive over to the Parkway Theater.
What's the idea?
Don't ask questions. We'll show that monster to Joe Ladino. We'll get money, plenty of it.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing. I don't want to be a pin boy all your life. You look nice all dressed up, Nick.
But that theater.
I know the Parkway. Girlfriend of mine used to usher there. Manager's name's Fred LaSalle. Made a couple of plays for me. Right now he'll be in his office cashing up.
Creepers. We can't get away with that, Angie.
Chicken, huh?
No, I ain't, but we ain't got a gun.
Look there in my bag. With that kerchief around it.
What'd you get that?
Out of Joe's desk. His car and his gun. Cops will trace him right to him. Oh, pull in here, Nick. Just past the theater.
Leave the engine running?
Shut it off. Anybody going by might think it was funny. Engine going and nobody in the car.
Better let me have the gun, Angie.
Don't touch it with your bare hands. I'll keep it.
What if anybody's willing?
That's their hard luck.
Who is it?
Me, Freddie. Auntie Davini. Can I come in?
Yeah, just a minute.
Don't make any noise.
What? Hey, listen. Hey, is this a joke?
Yeah, on you. Shut that door, Nick.
Hey, you red-headed tramp. I'll... Creepers. You should have done that, Angie.
I didn't. Joe Ladino did it. Grab that satchel, Nick. Let's get out of here.
Evening, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. The manager, huh?
Yep. Name's Fred LaSalle. He was cashing up in here at the time.
And who found him?
The assistant manager. His name's Tomlin. He was inside the house, thought he heard a couple of shots. Came out in time to hear a car start up.
Did he see who did it?
No. Thinks he saw the getaway car, though. Ran out front just as the big sedan pulled away. About a 49 model black.
You're not sure it was the getaway car?
No, but it got away so fast he probably was.
How much did they get, Harrington?
Tomlin thinks about 1,000, maybe 1,200. Said LaSalle usually marks some bills in every cash up, just in case. He was held up once before.
Oh, that might help. You got the mark?
Yeah, on this slip of paper.
What about this assistant manager, this Tomlin?
Well, looks okay, Chief, but I'll check through on him.
Well, I hope you had a good sleep last night, Harrington. You may not get any tonight. Let's go.
District Attorney's office. Yes. Oh, you did? Where? Uh-huh.
What time did they find it? About half an hour ago? That would be about 2 a.m., yes. Yes. Mr. Garrett may want to call you back on this, Sergeant. He isn't in right now. Thank you.
Anything on the theater MO boys, Miss Miller?
The Detective Bureau picked up Flips Madigan for questioning. They said he had a sound alibi.
Did they pick up anybody else?
No, they said no other logical suspect was in the area.
No, that's no help.
But this may be. The report from Patrol Station 19.
Suburban, eh? Black sedan, 1950, 2 a.m., Montgomery Street. Unlocked. Apparently in good condition. Well, this time element isn't long enough to make it an abandoned car, Miss Miller.
But the neighborhood, Montgomery Street.
I don't recall that street. Where is it?
It dead ends on the city dump.
Oh, that's different.
The car was on the dump.
Police following through on the license tag?
Yes, sir.
Where have you been, Harrigan?
Oh, hello, Chief. Down at ballistics.
You get anything?
Yep. LaSalle was shot with a .22. They've got the 2 slugs down there.
Pretty small caliber.
For an experienced hood to use, yeah.
He might have been an amateur.
Well, that's possible. Find out if any .22s have been reported stolen, Harrington.
I did. Nothing reported. They'll call us if anything comes in.
Well, you got to find that gun. And the money satchel.
Yeah, just like that.
Do you want to talk to Sergeant Malloy?
We'll swing around there on our way out. Let's have a look at that sedan, Harrington.
Not exactly a garden of roses, Chief.
See anything in that sedan?
No, not yet. That car up ahead.
Patrol car. There's a stand. Just beyond it. District Attorney.
Yep.
Got the flashlight, Harrington?
Yeah. Right here.
Anything on that steering post?
Nope.
Now, let's have that light. Take a look at the floor. Sometimes the thing will drop down. What's that little bulge? Lift up the floor mat, Harrington.
Now, what do you got?
Cartridge. .22 caliber.
Beginning to add up, huh?
Not necessarily, but it's a possible. Enough so to have this car towed in.
Nothing in back, huh?
I didn't see anything when I flashed the light there.
What's the next move, Chief?
Have Tom look at that sedan. Check the registration. Then we may want to talk to the owner.
Afternoon, gents. Want a bowl?
No, we didn't come to bowl. We're looking for a Joe Ladino.
Well, I'm him. What's the pitch?
Can we go somewhere and talk privately?
Oh, sure, in my office. What do you want to talk to me about?
I'm the district attorney, and this is my assistant.
Oh, well, sure, right this way. Sit down, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. What's wrong?
Well, about an hour ago, at noon, you reported to the police that your car had been stolen.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, when did you find out it was stolen?
What's this all about?
Answer him, Ladino. When did you find out?
Well, last night. Around, midnight, I guess.
Why didn't you report it sooner?
Well, sometimes a friend of mine used the car. I thought, one of them might have borrowed it. So, one of them? Yeah. I let a couple of the boys who work in here use it once in a while. For a favor. And sometimes my cashier, Angie Davini, she borrows it. I didn't want to report it in, have one of them picked up. They'd been embarrassed. What did you do after you found the car was found? Well, I walked around, waited for him to bring it back. The air felt good,
Now, how long did you wait?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe an hour. Now, come on, what's wrong, huh? I told you all I know. What's wrong?
Plenty, Ladino. There was a hold-up and murder at the Parkway Theater late last night. And your car was used for the getaway. The night Fred LaSalle, manager of the Parkway Theater, was robbed and murdered, a car registered to Joe Ladino, bowling alley proprietor, was found by the police at the city dump. In the car, we found a .22 caliber cartridge, the caliber bullet that killed LaSalle. We questioned Ladino. While his answers were straightforward enough, he couldn't furnish an alibi for the time of the murder. The next day, at my office... Find anything on Ladino, Miss Miller?
Nothing in the criminal files. Just a lot of traffic violations.
A lot?
About a dozen. I call that a lot.
No, for what?
Oh, mostly for overparking, a couple for speeding.
No wonder. When everybody uses a guy's car.
Did you check with gun records?
Yes, sir. 22 revolver was registered to Ladino 2 years ago. He bought it at Hempstead.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Has Ladino a permit?
Yes.
Anything else, Miss Miller?
Lieutenant O'Brien phoned in.
And what did he want?
The police found that money satchel.
Oh, great. Where?
Out on the dump. O'Brien said he thought it was carried a short distance from the car and then thrown.
Probably. Has Tomlin at the theater identified it?
Yes, a positive identification.
That just about wraps up that car's the murder car, Chief.
Yeah, it looks that way. And call the lab, Miss Miller. Have them go over everything. Steering wheel, seat cushions, floor mats, the works.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we can find the gun.
We'll find it, Harrington. Let's get over to Ladino's.
But how dumb can a guy get to do the job in his own car?
Well, I'm not saying he did.
If he used his own car, he'd probably use his own gun.
Well, that might follow.
And if he used his own gun, he'd either hide it in his room or in his office.
Or throw it away.
Yes.
It'll probably show up in somebody's trash barrel on the other side of town. But we'll see.
Nifty little redhead in that case, Chief.
She's got a boyfriend, too.
She ought to have plenty of them. Yeah, looks all right, huh? Why not? You pick it out.
You look swell. Hadn't want to come in here. You know how Joe feels.
I had to show you the suit.
Oh, something you want, mister?
Is Mr. Dino here?
No, he's out to lunch. If you want to leave a message, I'll...
How soon will he be back?
He's been gone over half an hour. Pretty soon.
We'll wait in his office.
You tell me your business with him, I'll go get him. I know where he is.
We'll wait.
Get out of there.
Want the door closed, Chief?
Partly, Harrington. That's good. See where that other door leads to, Harrington.
Yeah.
Maybe an outside entrance into this office. Harrington.
Huh? Find something, Chief?
Take a look in this desk drawer.
A gun, huh? Yeah, that ought to do it.
Well, we're not sure it's the one we want.
Uh-oh. It was an outside entrance. You guys again, huh? Hey, you got no right to look at my desk.
I have a search warrant, Ladino.
Listen, I had about enough of this. Make it easy for yourself. Sit down. Because so help me. Sit down, I said.
If you're clean, Ladino, you've got nothing to worry about.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll learn.
You got a spare handkerchief, Harrington?
Yeah. Here.
Oh, thanks. No point in getting my fingerprints on this revolver, too. 2 empties. When was this gun last out of the drawer, Ladino?
I don't remember. What difference, huh? I got a permit for that gun. I'll show it to you. We know you've got the permit. Now, take it easy.
When was it last out of the drawer?
I don't know. Last month sometime.
What about these 2 empties, Ladino?
Well, could be I left them in there. I don't remember.
You'd better come along with us.
What for? I ain't done nothing. You think I pulled out the theater hold up? You're crazy.
I'll take along this revolver, too, for ballistics in the lab. Come on, Ladino.
District attorney's office.
Anything new, Miss Miller?
The lab reported in on the car. Some traces of face powder and lipstick on the seat cushion. A couple of red hairs.
No, that doesn't prove anything.
Where are you, Mr. Garrett?
Over at headquarters, detention. Call me here if anything breaks.
Yes, sir.
Get that report, Harrington, from ballistics?
Yeah, right here, Chief. Lab report's not quite ready.
About what I thought it would be.
Hey, look, this ain't reasonable. See, I gotta get back to work. I've been here already a couple hours.
You'll be here longer than that, pal. That 22 of yours killed a sow.
What? You're nuts. How could it kill anybody? It's in right there in that drawer.
They test-fired the revolver down in the basement. They compared the slugs with those taken out of the sow's body. They all came from the same revolver.
Yeah, Melissa, you can't pin that onto me. I don't know anything about it. I tell you, I never killed nobody.
And tell me this. Would anybody be trying to hang this on you?
Why?
I'm asking you, Ladino.
No, I've done nothing to nobody. Why would they try to hang it onto me?
How many people have access to your desk?
Oh, I don't know. A couple, maybe half a dozen. Anyway, what do they want with the gun?
Who are they?
Who? The guys in the bowling alley that take over when I'm out. My cashier, Angie Davini, a couple others.
We'll be back, Ladino.
Oh, look, I gotta get back to work. He's about ready to confess, Chief.
Not unless he's lying.
What?
I can't buy it, Harrington.
Why not? Everything checks.
Well, I might go along with it if Ladino was hard up for money, but he isn't. He's doing all right with that bowling alley. Good bank account, excellent credit rating.
Lab report for you, Mr. Garrett.
Oh, thanks. I want to get a drink of water, Harrington. Then we'll go back in and question him some more.
What's the lab report, Chief?
Traces of face powder on the revolver, same as the powder on the car seat cushions.
Looks like a new angle.
Harrington, those two kids in the bowling alley. The redhead and the boy with the new suit.
What about him?
Find out where he bought it. That cost good money. Go to the best stores in the area. In Harrington.
Yeah?
Find out what they used for money.
Where's the car, Nick?
I didn't get it.
Why not?
Well, they had to do a brake job on it. The guy said I could pick it up tomorrow.
How do you like that? I was counting on it to move my things to the new apartment this afternoon.
So, all right, we'll get a taxi.
Okay.
I want to eat first, Angie.
Now? It's only 4 o'clock.
I'm hungry. I couldn't eat much lunch.
All right. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's cross the street. I don't want to pass that cop.
Oh, he won't bother.
Maybe not. I'm crossing over.
Look, Nick.
I don't feel right about cops. You told me Ladino was going to get tagged for that job, and now I read they let him go. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, shut up. You're going to spend the rest of your life dodging cops? They'll never catch up with us.
Look, we'll grab a taxi. Go move your things now. I ain't as hungry as I thought I was. Come on.
At the apartment house, Chief? Yes, the big one on the corner. We'll wait here a while.
Plenty dark here, away from that street light. Might be this car coming. Yeah, it is, Chief. It's the one the salesman pointed out this morning.
It's a good idea you had, checking the used car lots.
First thing they always want is a car.
Come on.
It's easy to get her change of address, too. Once I got her old address from Ladino's.
Oh, there she is. Just coming out. Take your side of the car, Harrington. I'll take the other.
Right.
Here's a little green bum.
Don't stop that motor.
Take the ignition key. Hey, what's the idea? Give me back that key.
You guys got nerve?
It's a nice car, Nick. Nice suit, too. Not bad for a pin boy who was fired.
So what's that to you?
Hey, you're the guys who came in to see Joe Ladino.
That's right.
Who are you?
District Attorney, Angie.
The what?
Creepers.
What were you two doing out around Montgomery Street the other night?
We weren't out there.
What night?
The night LaSalle was murdered.
Look, you got the wrong party, mister. Give us that key and stop being funny.
You won't find it funny, Angie. Not when the jury finds out how you and Nick killed LaSalle.
That's a lie.
Unfortunately to you, it's not. You should never try to spend marked money, Angie, or try to pin a murder onto somebody else. Joe Ladino, for example. It shows up quicker when you do.
I told you it wouldn't work, Angie.
Shut up.
I knew it wouldn't.
You chicken. You guys ain't taking me.
Watch it, Keith. He's got a gun in that bag.
Let go of it, Angie.
I'll kill you.
I'll have to hurt you.
It was Nick killed him. He had the gun. I didn't.
You did have the gun. Don't believe him, mister. It was her. I didn't know where we was going.
It doesn't make any difference now, Nick. It's bad news for both of you. You may remember the case. Nick Nelson turned state witness and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Angie Davini was convicted of murder in the first degree and is now serving a life sentence. The case was another in the long list of crimes by juvenile delinquents. A serious problem that can only be solved by the complete cooperation of parents and all agencies of law enforcement. And now this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
You have been listening to Mr. District Attorney, which has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, the case of the Tennessee Valley Killer, who rode high from one robbery to the next until a cow doctor from the hills became too attached to his avocation.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Lynn Bomar, Commissioner of Safety, State of Tennessee, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the Tennessee Valley Killer.
Commissioner Bomar, from what you've told me, the criminals in tonight's case certainly must have been a weird aggregation.
That's one description of them, Don Gardner. But their weird characteristics, especially those of the gang leader, made them no less dangerous. As a matter of fact, this gang leader was at one time considered the most dangerous fugitive at large in the country.
Oh, well, why don't you tell us about him, Commissioner?
All right, Don. I think it would be best to begin a short time ago at a county seat in the tobacco-growing section of North Carolina. One noon hour, the proprietor of a local tobacco warehouse walked down to the courthouse square and approached a stranger who was sitting alone on a bench.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I guess there's room on that bench for another one.
Help yourself. Bench belongs more to you than to me.
I'm the stranger. Awful unseasonal weather we've been having. Oh, weather doesn't bother me none. I've learned to take what they give me. Well, I guess I ought Wait just a second. I'm Roy Clark. I own the tobacco warehouse here. I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Clark. Are you the same stranger that was in Logan's feed store this morning? I was in a feed store. I don't know whether it was Logan's. I hear you got some birds you're mighty proud of. I got a few Baltimore top nuts, I fancy. Have you got them with you? Not this minute. Well, have you got them near? Well, out of the cabin camp a mile or so north. Well, you know, stranger, I've got a few birds myself I'm kind of proud of. Yeah? Eslin red quills. Don't care none for the breed. Oh, I found them to last pretty good against Baltimore top nuts. Not that I ever heard. You wouldn't care for a test? Oh, I wouldn't mind one. Tonight? Anytime. Well, we've got a cockpit in the basement of that furniture store there, north of the square. The brick building? Yeah. 9 o'clock? It suits me. I've got 7 birds I'll fight. Well, 7's all right. What have you got for stakes? $200 a match, $1,000 a main. Well, you are proud of your birds. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have them. Well, we can meet the stake. Conditions are short heels. Birds may not be touched after setting down in the pit. If a bird refuses to fight longer, he's set down in the middle of the pit, breast to breast with his adversary. If he still then refuses to fight longer, he's regarded as defeated. Satisfactory, Mr. Clark. All right. I'll see you tonight, then. Good day, sir, and good luck.
I don't know, Troy. $200 a match and $1,000 a main? Them Eslin red quills and Mr. Clark's are birds with spirit. Maybe you bit off more than you could chew.
Don't you worry about it, Doc. I'll handle the business arrangements. You just look after the chores.
Come in here, Grant. Come in here. What's been keeping you?
What did I ever get myself into? Spring water. Honest, Doc. Ordinary tap water ain't good enough for you.
Where's the pail bucket at?
Where'd you think? Up there next to the roosters.
Roosters. Can't you get it through that thick Yankee head of yours at Fighting Cocks is Fighting Cocks?
They're still roosters to me.
Ah.
The only way I'll have 'em's with mashed potatoes and gravy.
What's the matter, Grant? Haven't you got no sporting blood?
Yankee blood. That's what he's got. Yankee blood.
Go on. I got your spring water. Go on, attend to your chickens.
Chicken? Now, see here, you
Yeah, Doc. Go on. Get them birds shaped up.
Fine lot of appreciation anybody gets around here.
Spring water, graham bread for a bunch of chickens.
That's what puts them in the best shape.
Because that cow doctor says so?
Because I say so.
Oh, now look, Troy. It's okay for a guy to have a hobby. I got nothing against that. But I've been knocking around since who knows when. This is the first mob I ever ran into that operates with a bunch of chickens and a cow doctor.
We've been doing okay with the chickens and the cow doctor, have we?
Well, there's lots of ways to do okay.
I like this way. We get what we're after and have a little sport.
All right. What's the deal for tonight?
The first 2 birds go into the pit at 9 o'clock. With the 7 matches, we ought to be busy there nearly 2 hours.
What about the warehouse? You sure nobody will be around?
Now, look, I know these folks. They'll all be at the cockfight. You won't have no trouble. You can be in and out of that safe in plenty of time.
Some job you picked out for me.
You can do it. You'll have Doc to help.
Some help. Probably treat that safe like an ailing calf.
Just you do a good job. After you get finished up, come by the cockpit. I'll stall the matches as long as I can until I see you.
Well, okay. But have them birds of yours win, will you? I don't feel like breaking into a safe and then having to pay out all the dough in bad bets.
You just open up that safe, Grant. I'll see the birds come out okay. Eslin red quills. Mr. Clark thinks they're any match for a Baltimore top nuts. He's got another thing coming. All right, come in now. Well, did you change your opinion on Baltimore top nuts, Mr. Clark? Well, I'm not beat yet. Go on, get in there. Mix it. Come on. Well, would you like to up the stakes, Mr. Clark? Get in there. Get in there. Come on now, get in there.
How you doing, Troy?
In the bag. 3-1, and this is for the main. Go on, now, get him. Get him.
We gotta get him. Grand. Clean as money's wash.
Okay. Tell Doc to get ready to move. We'll be through here in another 10 minutes. Finish him. Finish him. Finish him. Finish him. Come on, finish him. Finish him. You're Mr. Clark?
That's right, sir.
My name's McDonald. I'm Special Agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Sheriff called and said you're on your way over. Sit down, sir.
Thanks. Mr. Clark, you're positive the man who owns the birds at Fort Ewers is the same man whose photograph you identified at the sheriff's office?
I couldn't be much more positive, sir. The man was standing no farther from me than you're sitting right now for 2 hours or more.
Hmm?
It's beyond me how any man who fights gamecocks can stoop to such a low occupation as safe burglary.
Yes, I can see your point.
I have no idea, Mr. McDonald. No idea at all. Imagine burglarizing my safe here at the warehouse while I was engaged in a sporting match. And he was well-spoken, too.
Well, that makes no difference, Mr. Clark. There are lots of well-spoken criminals. And their specialty is disarming such victims as you. Did you know that this man, Troy Blankenship, is wanted in at least a half-dozen states?
Oh, I know.
Did you know that he killed a police officer?
What?
He's a murderer.
A murderer?
That's right. He escaped North Carolina State Prison some time ago. He almost committed a second murder when he assaulted a guard. Since that time, he's been responsible for robberies and burglaries here in North Carolina and Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Well,
so you can see how important it is for us to apprehend him.
Yes, sir, I can see. And a man who breeds gamecocks.
Now, Mr. Clark, I want to go over every word that passed between you and Troy Blankenship. Perhaps somewhere in your conversation he dropped a hint that would give us an idea of his present whereabouts.
All right, Mr. McDonald, my time is yours.
Well, Don, there wasn't much Mr. Clark could say that would lead authorities to the whereabouts of Troy Blankenship and his gang. By that time, they were well over the state line and had arrived at a small town with the intention of robbing a post office safe of a sack of registered mail they knew to contain an enormous amount of cash. But Doc's passion for cow doctrine led his companions to the brink of disaster, as you will see.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Commissioner Beaumar, that Troy Blankenship and his strange gang had crossed the state line and planned to rob a post office safe of a large shipment of cash.
That's right, Don. Once at the town, they sought to determine the exact time the shipment of cash would arrive. Troy Blankenship and the criminal Grant stood on the platform of the local railroad station shortly after the afternoon train pulled in.
Okay, Grant, I've seen enough. Let's go. Yeah, right with you. That sack he just signed for. That's the registered mail.
Oh, look, Troy, let's grab it here at the station. It'll be a cinch. Small town, one cop. What are we waiting for?
No, we'll do it like I figured.
Well, why break into the post office? We could lift it off those guys, and we got it.
Go on, get in the car.
Oh. Come on. Get in. See it, Troy? How'd it look? It looks okay. He asked you nothing, Yankee.
Yeah, now listen. All right.
Well, how do we do it, Troy?
Well, if you listen, I'll tell you.
I'm listening.
They take that payroll and lock it in the post office overnight.
Hmm?
Tomorrow morning, the boss of the construction gang comes to pick it up. Only it won't be there. We're taking it out of the post office tonight.
Well, let's grab it now. They won't know what hit them. If Troy says it's tonight, it's tonight.
Look, Doc, why don't you stick to patching up those chickens?
Are you blue-coated rotten?
Okay. Here's how we do it, and I don't want any argument. Doc.
Yeah, Troy?
The postmaster owns that farm I showed you, about a mile outside of town.
The one with the pretty little white barn?
Yeah, that's it.
Nice barn.
You go pay a call on him.
Sure, Troy, but what am I going to call on him about?
Listen, you'll get told.
Not by no one named Grant.
All right. Doc, that postmaster has a habit of coming back to the post office some nights to work.
Hmm?
Now, I don't want him back there tonight.
But if he wants to go to the post office, how am I going to keep him? That'll be harder than getting a gold off a tooth dentist.
I said I'll tell you how to keep him. Now, get this car out of here.
Sure, Troy, but how?
I said I'll tell you, move.
Afternoon, Mr. Postmaster.
Yeah, what is it?
Your missus said I'd find you out here near the barn. Now, I got a number of gadgets for sale here. Razor blades, pocket knives, cuff links, and et cetera.
You caught me at a busy moment, mister. I don't want
Well,
anything
sir,
to
and I
do-
even got some of the finest gamecocks ever you did lay eyes on. With each purchase, we're giving away the finest gold-plated keychain this side of the Tennessee River.
I said
And
you caught me at a busy moment. You'll have to make it some other time, mister. I got a sick cow.
Sick cow. Did you say a sick cow, Mr. Postmaster?
I was just going to call the veterinarian.
Mr. Postmaster, you're the most luckiest man in the county that I come along. I'm a natural-born cow doctor. Been fixing cows since I was just a kid of a boy.
Yeah, but
I'll have that cow brood well again before any veterinarian fellow could even get halfway up the hill. You just show me where she is at.
Well, she's right in the barn, but don't you think
Just
it might...
lead me there, Mr. Postmaster. Just lead me there.
Well, right this way.
I'll have it fixed up in no time. No time at all.
In here.
Brute sounds sick, all right.
Yeah.
I can tell from here what's ailing her. It's a bad case of traveling Breyer stills.
Traveling Breyer still?
Yes, sir, and I can fix up in a jiffy. I'll have her back on her feet come night and giving milk come morning.
If it's that serious, I suppose I should get in touch with the veterinarian.
Oh, it's serious, all right, but simple. Simple as they come. Now, I noticed I come up the road, you had some nice tall pine trees a-growing. How old are them pines?
I don't know.
Well, pine needles got to be from trees just the right age. Now, I got some right age pine needles over where I'm staying.
Well, now, look.
Now, Mr. Postmaster, now you get me them mustard greens and the brine water. I'll be back here in a half hour with the pine needles. Now, don't touch that cow till I get back. And the postmaster does exactly like I asked him. Hey, come on, Troy, get me there. I told him I'd be back in a half hour.
What about this traveling Breyer stilts? I never heard of any such cow sickness.
You didn't?
You know I didn't.
Oh, Troy, I'm ashamed of you. Ashamed to death of you. They had an epidemic of traveling Breyer stilts back in, 03. It darn near killed every cow brute in both Carolinas. Yes, sir. Traveling Breyer stilts. Darn near every cow brute in the whole South died.
You should have done it like I told you and forgotten about the cow doctrine.
I'm keeping the postmaster away from the post office, ain't I? I keep him away. Hey, go on, Troy. Drive me there. That cow needs me.
Yeah, like I need you.
I know you need me, Troy, but you can get into this post office without me. I guess you can do it.
What's keeping him, Troy? Should have been here waiting for us.
He'll be here. Take it easy. Besides, nobody will know about that job until morning. There's plenty of time.
Well, we got a nice pile of dough out of that post office, and I don't feel like getting...
Okay. It's all right. He's coming in now.
Well, it's about time. He ought to know better.
Well, and you lay off it, Doc.
Hello, Troy. You ain't been waiting long.
Where were you?
I got here, didn't I?
What happened, Doc?
The young fella told me where I could get some spring water for the birds.
Spring water?
Yeah.
And we're waiting here till I'm out of town. Where's your head?
Okay, let's get going. Where's the car parked?
Right out in front, just in the...
Uh-oh. What's the matter?
The postmaster.
The postmaster?
Yeah, and that's the law with him.
Well, come on. Let's get out.
Hold it. I'll talk our way out.
But supposing there ain't words allowed.
Hold it. We'll get out. But first we'll talk.
Hey, you. Me?
Yeah, we want to talk to you.
That's the one, Deputy Hickson. Oh, hello, Mr. Postmaster.
What's the trouble, officer?
Lots of trouble, boys. The postmaster here's got a complaint.
Oh, is that right? Well, if there's anything I can do to straighten it out...
I'm afraid all the damage has been done.
Oh, what damage?
I guess you better come along with us.
Hey, turn me loose. Let go of
Yeah,
me.
just a second, officer.
There's no use talking about it here. I've already sworn out a warrant against this man.
Against Doc?
I'm charging him with practicing veterinary without a license.
Oh.
The cow died. Traveling Breyer stilts.
Well, she wouldn't have died if you'd done like I told you.
We can't argue about it here. Let's go.
Oh,
Here, now, just a second. My friend's an old cow doctor from the hill country.
That doesn't give him the right to practice veterinary in this state. And kill my cow.
I do not need to kill your cow.
As soon as I get him booked, you can come down and make bond for him. Let's go. Come on.
You pull my bonds, won't you, boss? You pull my bonds.
Sit tight, Doc. I'll be there.
Well, ain't this some mess?
Just be thankful they didn't come to get us all on account of that safe cracking.
Hey.
What?
If Doc opens up his mouth, he can tell him plenty.
You just waking up to that?
Well, let's get him out, fast.
Why?
Why? He's been stringing along with you, hasn't he? He's been doing all your dirty work.
There's a good chance to dump him. Let him talk if he wants to. He can't tell him much.
You mean you let the old guy rot there in jail? How much could the bail be?
Whatever it is, it's too much. Come on. We gotta make time.
Troy.
What?
It ain't right.
How do you know what's right and what isn't? Come on. Let's get moving before he talks sooner than we figure.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I got a nice program lined up for us. Doc's going to get in the way.
Attention, all field officers and headquarters. Be on alert for Troy Blankenship, described in Bulletin 1816, and companion known as Grant. These two men believed responsible for recent series of jewelry store robberies in southern Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. Caution, Blankenship is a known murderer and is believed to be heavily armed.
Okay. Take it easy, will you? Time coming. Yeah? Who is it?
Me. Open up.
Oh. Hello, Troy. Come on in.
What's the matter with you, Grant? How many times do I have to knock?
I had a big night last night.
Yeah, well, you've been having too many big nights lately.
We're making dough, aren't we? What do you expect me to do with it? Open a bank account?
The big times are over, Grant. We're moving out of here and going back to some real work.
Oh, what's your hurry? Let's stick around and enjoy our score a while.
Nothing doing. It's East Tennessee and back to work.
Go ahead, Troy. You write me how you make out.
You're coming with me.
No, I don't think so. I like it pretty much here.
You're coming with me.
You're not going to push me around like you pushed that cow doctor.
I said you're coming along.
Yeah, that's what you think. Now get your hands off me.
Oh. Okay. So you've taken up playing with knives.
Sure, Troy, and this one will fit right in between your ribs. You want a sample, just try something. Now get out.
Okay, Grant. I guess you don't want to come with me.
I'm glad you know it.
Well,
Give me that knife. Go, Troy. What are you trying to do? Troy.
Thanks a lot for the knife.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Troy. Troy, I'll go with you. When do you want to leave?
Soon, Grant.
Real soon.
Here. Here's your knife.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Special Agent McDonald.
This is Deputy Sheriff Hickson, McDonald. I just got your message to call back.
Look, Hickson, Grant regained consciousness again. I was out at the hospital to see him.
Yes?
He says now that before his argument started with Troy Blankenship, they were talking about some jobs in East Tennessee.
Any place specific, McDonald?
No, that's the trouble.
Well, East Tennessee takes in a lot of territory. Troy might have changed his mind after the fight.
I know, but it's our only lead, and you know he's pretty fond of cockfighting.
So I hear.
Well, there's some places where they still hold cockfights in East Tennessee, aren't there?
Yes, some places, but it's not exactly legal, you know.
I know, but they do hold cockfights. And if Troy Blankenship's in the neighborhood, he's going to show up.
I'd say he would.
Okay. Supposing I come over to see you in the morning. We'll figure out how we're going to get all those sporting exhibitions covered.
Well, McDonald, I don't suppose Blankenship will show up here tonight. Not if he's missed this much already.
Yes. Getting kind of late. Come on.
Yeah, I had enough of this. And I've heard about another cockfight that's supposed to come off near Del Rio tomorrow night. Do you want to look into that one?
By all means.
Feelings early, gentlemen. There's still 3 matches to go. Yeah, we got a long drive. I can't stay.
Good night.
It's gotten pretty chilly.
Yes. My car's right over here.
Excuse me, fellas. Is this where they're holding the matches?
Yeah, right inside of Blankenship.
Get 'em up.
Some of the time.
After him. He ducks in that doorway.
He's still there. Hold it.
I don't see him.
Let's move up a little closer.
Doc.
Come on. See him?
No, not yet.
Got to get a beat on him from behind that car.
Yeah, let's go. I see him.
Hold your fire. All right, Blankenship. Come out of there. We know you're in that doorway. Come out with your hands up.
Try again.
Come out, Blankenship. Come out or we'll shoot. Okay. I'm coming.
Keep your hands over your head.
They're over my head. Just take it easy. Don't shoot. Get the cuffs on him.
Right.
You're not a very good shot. Maybe not. But anyway, I ducked you a long time. Perhaps you did, Blankenship, but right now there are a few charges of robbery and assault to kill you're facing. Let's see how you duck them. Let's go.
That done was the end of the road for an unusual public enemy. Troy Blankenship is now back in North Carolina State Prison, where he is serving out his term for murder.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Beaumar, for this interesting case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the officers who participated in the investigation leading up to the recapture of Troy Blankenship. Leading roles were played by Arthur Benton and Will Gear. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Proudly we hail. From New York City, where the American stage begins, here is another program with a cast of outstanding players and featuring Louis Van Houten. Public service time has been made available by this station for your Army and your Air Force to bring you this story, as proudly we hail those who so quietly serve. Our story is entitled Secret Battle. This is a true story, a little-known story of one of the many men who so courageously, so quietly served in time of great need. Our first act curtain will rise in just a moment.
Here's an important word for you young women between the ages of 18 and 34. The WAF, Women in the Air Force, need qualified personnel to serve the United States Air Force teams. There can be an exciting future for you in Air Force Blue. So why not visit your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station for full details now.
You will commit the following to memory.
Yes.
You will have radio apparatus. Your frequency will be 6130 kilocycles.
6130.
You will listen between 00100 and 00400 Greenwich, Tuesday and Thursday.
I understand, sir.
You will proceed to Paris, make contact with the Free French, and establish a chain of hideouts for Allied airmen. Your funds will be sewn into the lining of your garments.
Good.
Your code name is Aramis. You will be known only as Aramis.
Aramis. The third musketeer. The quiet, mild one.
No. The dependable one. Good luck. They fought and won a battle at a place called El Alamein. You know the name. You know the Battle of the Bulge, Iwo Jima, Bataan, and Heartbreak Hill. But what about the secret battles? The men who willingly risked their lives to wage battles of stealth, of cool nerves, of split-second decisions to secure information vital to victory. This is such a story. The story of a secret battle which occurred during World War II. This is a true story. Listen.
My name is Henri Lossuc, a resident of Pittsburgh in the state of Pennsylvania. Born in France, yes, but an American. My business and my hobby are one and the same thing. I make my living as an art director, and I have always painted. For my own amusement and perhaps that of my friends. A most pleasing existence, I must say, if a rather unexciting one, which, as you can well understand, left me quite unprepared for the consequences of a most unexpected interview which took place between myself and a young American captain on the morning of September the 11th.
Would you be interested in performing a dangerous assignment for the government behind enemy lines?
An old duck of 62 like me in the war?
We already have hundreds of people in the field who look as though they couldn't fight their way out of a nursery school.
I suppose it is dangerous work. Rather unrealistic for a man of my naivete in this sort of an affair to think of...
risking your life?
Huh?
I'm sorry. Leave it to us to decide whether our interest in you is realistic or not. We know you well enough to want to know more about you.
But, would I actually be of some real use?
Well, would you like to be?
Amazing.
Why?
Lossuc, with his bald head and a bit of a belly, to fight the enemy again. In due time, I was flown across the Atlantic by bomber and stationed at Chipping Norton, 45 miles from London. Almost immediately, I saw that I was being treated differently from the others. The younger men who were being put through basic training in connection with guerrilla work, special technical services, and counter-espionage. They were worked hard. And what did they do with Lossuc? They made him a teacher, an interpreter of French. Of course, I found time to paint, but after all, I could have done that in Pennsylvania. What were they doing with me? They must have some plan. I could not help feeling depressed, impatient, unhappy, until one afternoon. I assure you, Major Snow, I don't need any clothes, and especially such impossible styles. Look at this hunting jacket. I don't hunt, and I wouldn't be caught dead in anything this flashy.
You'll not only wear them, but you'll like them, too.
Would you please explain exactly what all this means?
Henry, these clothes are for a retired French banker, who for the moment must be nameless.
What?
But whose body will be that of Henry Lossuc.
So?
Yes, Henry. You shall soon be a retired French banker behind enemy lines on a very delicate and even dangerous mission. Satisfied?
A retired French banker behind enemy lines. He wears expensive clothes, flashy clothes, dabbles in painting. A kindly, harmless-looking old dilettante. Not bad. Not bad at all. Action soon followed. When my clothes and personal effects were ready, I was brought down to London and was taken to a rather ordinary flat on Sloane Square. There I was briefed, given my code name Aramis, then driven to Weymouth, where late in the evening I boarded a corvette, which took me across the channel to a point 400 yards off the coast of France, the fishing village of Saint-Roch. I left the corvette in a rubber boat. There was rain and high wind, as the colonel had predicted, and the cliffs. When I reached them, the rubber boat was almost torn apart before I could get my most precious possession out, my radio. But I got them out, and I began to climb. It was tough going, really tough going. Rocks were sharp, but I climbed, and finally I reached the top when I tripped and fell. Oh, my ankle! And my radio! My radio. Gone. There I was, a 62-year-old American at the top of a cliff in a raging storm, In a France crawling with Germans just before the invasion. Unable to walk, unable to contact anybody. Charged with a mission that I had somehow to accomplish, alone and unassisted. The morning was warm, the countryside golden with the promise of harvest. My discouragement began to diminish. I bound my ankle with handkerchiefs, changed my clothes, limped my way into town, and came down the main street. I headed immediately for the railroad station. I was determined in some way to do my work, radio or no radio, in Paris. I sat in my compartment, sketching to pass the time away, to the amusement of the little girl. She left her seat and came over to see what I was doing.
Silly,
that will do.
But, Mama, she draws such funny pictures. Giraffes with hats on. Come on, Grandpa, draw some more.
Oh, with pleasure, my little one.
Passports?
Here's mine.
Whose child?
Mine.
Hurry up, old man, your passport.
Here.
Uh-huh. Pierre Sothern, Lyon. Uh-huh. Herr Sothern, your hunting jacket tells me that you are a gentleman. My father had one. You will pardon me for being sentimental, but I will give you 5,000 francs occupation for it. What do you say?
But it is not a question of money.
Very well, then. I think it needs examining. Might be carrying documents. I shall examine it and return it to you after I have done so, which might be some time. Now, take it off.
Please, I am an old man.
I see I shall have to help you remove it.
Mama, make him stop.
Sergeant Werner, is this again your trick of anarchistic looting when you should be making a spot check? This plane is coming to Paris. Who knows what enemy is aboard, and you stand here bothering with an old man. Finish your work. Snap.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Major.
What did he want? My jacket.
He risked my displeasure for that old rag?
Had I lost that jacket and the 1,000-franc notes tacked into its lining, Pierre Sothern would have been a very poor banker indeed. And without it, what would I have done in... Paris, in the spring. What greater experience for a man. An invitation to happiness, romance, an invitation to be eternally young with a lady known as Paris. Yet, walking along the familiar boulevard, a million eyes seemed to bore into me, cold, suspicious. How was I to fulfill my mission? How? Without radio or communication of any kind, without a soul I knew I could trust, I was desperate. In London, they were waiting for some radio communication from the dependable Aramis, who had no radio. Finally, I said to myself, get a bicycle, Henri, try the country, take along your sketch pad and sit by some quiet roadside.
Isn't it pretty? Oh, it's the house on the other side of the road.
You like it?
How does one learn to sketch?
You keep on, and little by little you improve.
I could never learn to do anything so beautiful. Is that your bicycle?
Oh, would you care to ride it?
But I might puncture a tire. Oh, I will have a bicycle someday. Someday after...
When do you think?
Oh, soon enough. How is the sketch? Let's see. Oh, that's really quite wonderful.
Thank you.
May I watch you finish it?
Of course. I think this garden needs a few more roses.
Da-da-da-dee, da-dum. Da-da-da-dee.
Tune seems most familiar. The Stardust, is it not? I like it.
Thank you, monsieur. You like my tune? I like your painting. Perhaps our tastes are similar.
Indeed. Perhaps they are.
Oh, but I must go now. The time passes so quickly. And you, monsieur, you must leave soon, too?
Yes, I suppose I should start back.
Might I suggest, before you go, that a visit to the little inn in the hill would be a most rewarding rest for the journey that lies ahead.
Thank you. Perhaps I will try that. What did she mean? Was she trying to tell me by humming an American tune that she listened to the forbidden shortwave Allied radio? Was her suggestion something more than a friendly remark, or was I, in desperation, clutching at straws of imagination? I slowly climbed the hill toward the modest village.
Welcome, monsieur. May I be of service?
Yes, perhaps a bit of refreshment before I pedal on my way.
Of course, monsieur. You are a traveler?
Yes, a traveler. And my journey thus far has been most difficult.
That's unfortunate, monsieur...
Aramis.
An unusual name. A very unusual name. Now, if you will excuse me, I shall bring the wine.
Perhaps mention of my code name was incredibly stupid. But the persistent feeling that help for my mission was near afforded a peculiar sense of elation. L'aubergiste, the innkeeper, returned after a time.
Monsieur, we have one of the oldest wine cellars in this part of France. Perhaps you would like to see it. I once showed it to a man from Pittsburgh. He was amazed, as I am sure you will be.
The innkeeper's reference to a man from Pittsburgh left no doubt in my mind that he knew who I was. But who was he? Was he a cautious representative of the Free French, or was he a traitor? I would soon know. As these thoughts tortured my anxious mind, the innkeeper and I, his hand firmly grasping my elbow, approached a massive wooden door. It opened slowly at a touch. I stood still, transfixed, staring into the ugly muzzle of a gun.
You are listening to the Proudly We Hail production of Secret Battle. We'll return to our story in just a moment after this important announcement.
Here's a word to the young women who are graduating from high school this year. There's a future for you in Air Force Blue. Yes, an important future in the exciting places of the world. Today, the WAF, Women in the Air Force, is rapidly expanding to keep pace with our defense needs. If you are between the ages of 18 and 34 and can qualify, the WAF needs you. America needs you. You will be trained to do an interesting job, a job vital to the needs of our country. For full details about a future for you in Air Force Blue, visit your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station today.
You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now we present the second act of Secret Battle.
Time was still those few seconds that I stood hypnotized by the menace of that gun. Then I noticed the white hands gripping the stock and looked up to see the sweet face of the girl by the side of the road.
Monsieur Aramis, welcome to the Voice of France. This is one of our several radio transmission stations. I'm very sorry about the gun, but such a greeting is a necessity in such troubled times. You understand?
Of course he does, my child. Just as he must understand this old man's caution, even after our radio check showed us he was one of us. In an inn this old, the very walls must be suspect.
Of course I understood, especially after it was explained that the entire underground knew of my arrival, knew of the loss of my radio equipment, and were alerted to watch for me across the length and breadth of France. And at last, I was with Frenchmen. What a wonderful thing it was to know that my work would finally begin, that the long months of waiting were finally over. My friends returned me to Paris. With their help, I purchased a house which became a hideout for our flyers. My mission not only went well, but I was accepted by the Free French. Everything proceeded smoothly, easily, until one day...
Quick, let me in. Shut the door.
Marcel, you are never to come here in the daytime. Anyone can be watching.
Enough, please. We have a very grave problem. Our liberators are closing in, as you know.
The day is not far.
No, and we have our orders to rise up a few days before the Allied armies come in and take the city quickly to save it from German spite and vandalism. But, Aramis, we are not prepared.
Impossible.
We must know their hidden defenses, where guns are hidden in church spires, where they have anti-tank guns in courtyards. We must have eyes. Many eyes to roam the town and see what must be seized.
But you're underground.
No, our people are too well known by now. They cannot impersonate civilians. Yet, this must be done.
When do you need this information?
We should have it now. It is a matter of life and death for our comrades and the destruction of our city.
I would like to try something.
You have a plan?
Something that might work. I'm not sure, but it might work.
Papa, look at the bald man. He's drawing a picture of that building across the street.
Yeah, but come, we must be going.
See, Papa, everything just as it is.
Huh? Everything?
Yeah, Papa.
So. Is this all you have to do these days, old man? To sit in the street with your easel blocking traffic?
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
But don't be impudent, you idiot. You paint in great detail.
See, it is a pretty picture, Papa.
Yes, it is pretty, but it's French.
But look, Papa, here, right here.
Take your hands away from all the greasy paint. And you come with me.
For once in my life, I approved of Prussian discipline. The child almost upset my easel, which would have revealed a piece of paper under the painting. The paper on which I kept my notes concerning the German cannon concealed in the Ministry of the Marine. The next day I was terrified, for as I was finishing the picture, my so-called friend came back. This time in the uniform of a German lieutenant.
Still at it, I see. Tell me, I cannot understand why you take so long to make a simple outline.
Well, the sketch is only a type of artistic shorthand, you understand.
Then you do your real work at home, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Well, good day, my friend.
The German lieutenant had come twice, so I moved to the Place Notre Dame. On the first day there, he turned up for the third time.
Extraordinary. You seem to see the whole cathedral in a few strokes of your pencil.
I tried for simplicity.
Not too easy, I should say. Some people could be in for a surprise connected with certain cathedrals.
Well, that would be regrettable.
From an artistic point of view, yes, but we Germans are more than artists. We are realists. Many times it happens that buildings blown to dust are more beautiful to us than ever before.
What must be, will be.
You really are an amazing fellow. I would like sometime to sit down with you and talk to you about art. You have a house, apartment, family?
I'm not a well man, Lieutenant. This is my only cure, to sit quietly by myself and sketch.
Wow. Too bad. Wiedersehen.
Time was against me. Radio reports told us that our armies were moving with unexpected speed. Just when I had almost forgotten my inquisitive lieutenant, he turned up again at the Chambre des Députés, Only this time he brought friends and their women.
Good afternoon, my friend.
Pardon, it is late. I must go.
Oh, 1 minute. Carl here says that in time, a Brissac will be worth more than a Turandot. And I dispute him. For 500 bucks, I say he's wrong. Now, you are an artist and you should know. Come on, let's settle our little controversy. What do you say, Brissac or Turandot?
Why, Turandot, naturally.
I win! I 500 bucks richer! Tonight, you are my guest.
Thank you. No. As a matter
we shall dine at Fouquet's, the best for the best.
Pockets bulging with secret information, I pretended to enjoy that dinner. But what was their game? Were they actually as harmless as they pretended? When they insisted upon taking me home, I knew I would have my answer.
Safe and sound delivery home.
Thank you for a rare evening. Now, if
Nonsense! Come on, why don't you? Don't be so formal. Help up, let me come back. Address him as though he were a small baby. like my small baby on the side.
That is not necessary. Thank you.
You deserve the best of care, my boy. Please. Come on, boys. Help me undress him. Take the shoes. This that fell out of his pocket. A notebook. Carl, give me that. Pushing your nose into other people's business. Come! Let him sleep!
The minute they left, I sprang out of bed. Perhaps they were not what they seemed, stupid drunks. What if their game was to take not only me, but underground headquarters itself? I dressed quickly, took my drawings, and in the dim, pale moonlight, I made my way across rooftops to headquarters.
Aramis.
Marcel, I think I've been spotted. So here are the drawings I have been making.
The drawings of Paris won't be of any use to them. Oh, but this is beautiful, Aramis. Gun emplacements, tank traps, and tanks. Wedged between the colonnades of the Crillon and camouflaged with piles of sandbags.
But I've been spotted.
Copies of these must be made and delivered without delay to all arrondissement commanders within 2 hours.
So quickly?
Your timing is unique, Aramis. Leclerc's army is 2 miles from the gates. It does not matter if you've been spotted. For here, we hit them at dawn.
The next day, the Free French struck out at last, and in a matter of hours smashed the German strong points to take over the city. And there I was, in it, part of it. An American, yes. But at that moment, I was just another jubilant, victorious Frenchman, as French as I will ever want to be in what is left of my life. We were free. The enemy was driven out, and we were coming in. Do you hear that? Arc de Triomphe, Montmartre, Champs-Élysées. My heart threatened to pound to pieces as the words sang inside of me. The words that I, Lossuc, a Pittsburgher of 62, had perhaps some small part in taking Paris away from them and making her ours, in lifting her from her knees and into our arms. I stood in the crowd watching the first Allied tanks come lumbering into the city. And there, at the head of Leclerc's army, was an American jeep. And in it, Major Snow from the training base. The man who made me wear those terrible clothes. Major Snow! Major Snow, wait a minute!
Aramis! Henry Lossuc, how are you?
Fine, just wonderful.
You're the man I've been looking for.
Oh, more orders?
Yes. And these orders are straight from the colonel. They're to kiss you on both cheeks.
Oh.
So and so. Your mission, how do they say it here, was magnifique.
Thank you, Louis Van Rooten, for a very fine portrayal. Now, here is an important message.
Today, many patriotic American women are serving their country on the Air Force team, but more are urgently needed. The WAF, Women in the Air Force, is rapidly expanding to keep pace with the growing might of the finest Air Force in the world. And you are needed. If you are between the ages of 18 and 34 and can qualify, you are needed to fill an important job in the service of your country. For full details, visit your United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station now.
This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. This program featured Louis Van Rooten. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking and inviting you to tune in to the same station next week for another interesting story on Proudly We Hail.
Episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting story about his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to tell you something that maybe you already know. The fact that America's favorite wine is port wine. Did you know that? If you didn't, you'll know why port is the way out front favorite if you'll just sample some Petri California port. You just look at that Petri port and you know it's good. That wonderful, deep, rich red color. And Petri port is so clear. Just hold it to the light and you can sort of see right through the glass. But what you want to know really about a wine is how does it taste? And I'll tell you something. I've never yet been able to find the adjective that'll do Petri port justice. It's wonderful, honest. You've just got to taste it for yourself and find out for yourself. You'll love that Petri port in the evening after dinner when you're sitting around listening to the radio. And it's perfect to serve your friends when they come over. You can show them that Petri label, too. In fact, you can show it proudly. Because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now for our weekly doctor's visit. Let's see.
No, Mr. Bartell. Don't say let's see if he's expecting us. You know I always expect you this time on Monday evenings, my boy. So draw up your usual chair and settle down.
Thanks, Doctor.
Oh, that's it.
All alone this evening, Doctor? Where are the puppies?
Out on the patio. They had a most unfortunate encounter with a dead seal on the beach this afternoon. In consequence, they're a little malodorous, shall we say.
In that case, Doctor, perhaps we'd better change the subject. So, suppose I ask you about tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Well, my boy, as I told you last week, the story took place in the foul alleyways of Limehouse. It was there on a foggy December evening in 1890 that my story began. An old friend and patient of mine, Isa Whitney, had disappeared, and his distraught wife had come to me for help. Knowing the man to be the victim of the shocking habit of taking opium, I suspected that I might find him in one of the vile dens inhabited by the dregs of the waterfront. And so, Mr. Bartell, about 5 o'clock on that December evening, I began my search. After an hour of fruitless wanderings, I found myself in a vile alley called Upper Swandam Lane. I could hear the distant moans of the riverboats as I walked, eyes alert, and hand on the revolver in my coat pocket. Suddenly, I saw a steep flight of steps leading down to a black gap, like the mouth of a cave. I walked down them. The steps were worn hollow in the center by the ceaseless tread of stumbling feet. I reached the bottom. A door faced me, and above it, a flickering oil lamp winked warnings at me. I found the latch and lifted it. The door squeaked open protestingly. And I entered. There was a tinkle of Chinese wind bells as I walked towards a long, low room. A strange sight met my eyes. Through the gloom, thick and heavy with the brown opium smoke, I saw that the room was terraced with wooden berths, like the forecastle of an emigrant ship. Out of the shadows, there glimmered little red circles of light, now bright, now faint, as the burning poison waxed or waned in the metal pipes. Bodies lay in strange, fantastic poses. Bowed shoulders, bent knees, heads thrown back. The attendant came up to me with a pipe and beckoned me to an empty berth. I haven't come here to smoke your filthy drug. I'm looking for a friend. Mr. Isa Whitney.
No, Mr. Whitney here.
Oh, I'm going to search the place.
You must not disturb the place.
I'm carrying a revolver, so you'd better not argue with me, my good man. Out of the way. I searched that filthy den, but found no trace of my missing friend. As I was leaving in despair, a long shaking hand reached out and plucked at my sleeve. I turned, and there, sprawled in a berth, was the wreckage of a man, his gaunt face yellow and twitching, his clothes filthy and ragged, and the pupil of his eyes like pinpoints. He spoke to me in a thin, quavering voice.
Sir, for heaven's sake, get me out of here.
Now, look here, my man.
Don't say you won't help me, Governor. Ain't you got out? Please help me, Governor. Take me out of here. Start to think I'm going to bomb you, I tell you.
Oh, what must you expect if you indulge in this filthy habit?
Take me out of here, Governor. I'll go straight this time. Cross me out, I will.
Oh, very well. Come along with me. I suppose it's my duty to help you.
Ah, bless you, Governor.
Here you are. Here, now, give me your arm.
You cannot take him away. He owe me money. That's a bleeding lie. I paid him when I come in, I did. He cannot go with you, mister.
You remember what I said about my revolver, you blackguard? If I have any more trouble with you, I'll fetch the police. Come on.
He owe me money. He owe me money.
Infernal scoundrel owe me money.
Tell him all proper, Governor. That off you didn't.
Now, look here, my good man. I'll give you a square meal, some advice, and some medical attention. But the rest...
Never mind the advice, Watson, but I'll take you up on that square meal.
Holmes?
Yes, I'm very glad to see you, old fellow. What brought you to that filthy den of iniquity?
Oh, gracious me, I want to find a friend.
And I, an enemy.
Your disguise is wonderful. It completely fooled me.
But I'm afraid the proprietor was beginning to penetrate it. That's why I staged the little rescue scene. Had I been recognized, my life wouldn't have been worth an hour's purchase.
How long had you been there? Why were you there? Come on, Holmes. Tell me all about it.
With pleasure, old chap. But first, let's find a chop house. I want that square meal you promised me. An excellent meal, Watson.
Yes, they're surprisingly good for such a shoddy-looking place. Well, Holmes, now perhaps you'll tell me what you were doing in that opium den. I've already told you my story.
I'm shadowing a most unusual criminal. A man who haunts the opium dens. Yet I know that he himself is not an addict.
Oh, I don't see anything very criminal about that. He might be looking for a thrill, or perhaps he's one of those writer fellows or something.
But this man pretends to be an addict. I watched him closely. He fakes his smoking, and grease paint has enabled him to simulate the characteristic pallor of a drug victim. He even affects the typical mannerism of nose-scratching, but it's his eyes that give him away.
The pupils are wide open, I suppose.
Exactly, old fellow. Whereas, if he were really addicted to the drug, they would, as you know, be contracted. I myself always treat my eyes with a special kind of drop on the occasion when, I have to enter these dens.
Well, why does a man haunt an opium den in order not to smoke?
That, my dear Watson, is the problem that I intend to solve.
Well, perhaps the fellow's a policeman or a private detective like yourself, Holmes.
I've already checked on those possibilities. No, Watson, I believe there is only one answer. I believe the man is planning a murder.
A murder?
The tempting setting for a murder. Your victim is an addict, drugged and helpless. Your witnesses, They're in an equal state of befuddlement. The proprietor is anxious to cover up the crime because of the police.
That's you. Yes, Holmes.
Now, the question is, who is the intended victim? That, my dear Watson, is why I've been shadowing this man. Unfortunately, he was not present in the den we just left, but I intend to continue my search.
Holmes, can I help you? My wife's away, you know. You know, it's a long time since we were on a case together.
I'll be delighted, my dear chap. I've missed you sadly during the past few months.
And are you, Holmes? What's the next move?
Back to Baker Street, old fellow. My disguise is wearing thin, and I must contrive a new one. New disguise, eh? Well, which one shall it be, Watson?
Oh, how about the old flour cellar? I love that one.
Well, it's pretty pleasant, Oh, no, my dear fellow, no. Hardly appropriate for an opium den. In any case, the clothes are so wretchedly uncomfortable.
Well, how about the music hall singer?
Oh, that chap, yes. Oh, I don't want to be beside the seaside. Oh, I don't want to be beside the sea. I don't want to stroll along the prom, where the brass band plays tiddly-um. Oh, confound it. Who can that be?
You weren't expecting anyone, were you?
No.
So this is just like the old days. The doorbell ringing, Mrs. Hudson toddling off and bringing up some poor devil in trouble and...
Say that rather wistfully, old fellow. Don't tell me that you repent of marriage.
No, of course not, Holmes. Mary's a perfect darling, and I couldn't be happier. Just the same. It is rather fun to be back here again.
Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
It's a gentleman, sir. He gave me this card. Says he's very anxious to see you.
Wayne J. Leyton, President, Leyton Corporation, Chicago, United States. Ask him to come up, will you, Mrs. Hudson?
Aye, sir. Well, it's quite the cold times to see you back here, Dr. Watson.
That's just what I was saying myself, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Leyton has scribbled a message on the back of his card. If £1,000 for a week's work interests you, you'll see me.
£1,000?
Big fish, Watson. Very big fish.
This way, sir.
Thank you.
Oh. How do you do, Mr. Leyton?
I guess you're Sherlock Holmes.
You guessed correctly, sir. Excuse me. Oh, Mrs. Hudson, just a moment, Mrs. Hudson.
Aye, Mr. Holmes.
Sit down, won't you, Leyton? My name's Watson, Dr. Watson. I'm Sherlock Holmes' colleague.
Yes, I've heard about you, too. Like a cigar, Doctor? It's a good one. Send me back 3 shillings.
Oh, 3 shillings? Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. It's a good one. Oh,
no, I insist, sir. Splendid. And now, Mr. Leyton, may I ask what brings you here?
I'll talk fast and to the point. I'm a businessman. I like to do things in a business way. I have a chance to control the guano deposits of the Republic of San Pedro. Their minister will be in London tomorrow, and if it weren't for one thing, I know that I could swing the deal and get the concession.
And what is that one thing, Mr. Leyton?
The deal is secret, see? I thought no one knew about it, but when I got here, I found out that my biggest business rival has gotten wind of what's going on. He's an Englishman. I've never met him, but he's right here in London. Now, I'm not going to tell you his name, not until you give me your word that you'll work for me.
Just what you wish me to do, Mr. Leyton.
Get this rival of mine and keep him out of circulation for a week. I don't care how you do it, and I won't ask. In a week's time, I'll give you the other half of this 500 pounds I brought with me.
Oh, good Scott. What kind of
Watson,
detective
give
you...
Mr. Leyton his hat and gloves. That's it. Thanks, old fellow. Goodbye, sir.
What are you doing, throwing me out?
I can't think where you gathered the impression that I indulged in kidnapping. Once again, goodbye, sir.
And here, sir, you can take back your cigar.
Well, if you don't want some easy money, I'll soon find someone else that does. This is the last you'll see of me, Mr. Holmes.
Life is full of little consolations.
Some people seem to think that money can buy...
The game's afoot. Mr. Leyton is the man I've been seeking. The man who pretends to be an opium smoker.
Why in blazes you let him get away? Here, I'll go after him.
No. Don't worry. I've already arranged for that.
Oh, how?
When I left the room just now to talk to Mrs. Hudson, I was intending to tell her to summon some of my band of street urchins. You know, the Baker Street irregulars. When she informed me that half a dozen of them were in the kitchen at this very moment, partaking of one of her incomparable steak and kidney pies. The rest should be obvious.
You left instructions for one of them to shadow Mr. Leyton when he left here.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Oh, don't tell me that Leyton back again.
No, I think not. I should say that at the moment he's just about to walk out of the front door. No, I think we shall have another visitor. And judging by the commotion, the incoming and the outgoing visitors know each other and are not on the best terms.
Well, it sounds to me as if they're having a fight.
Here comes Mrs. Hudson to tell us about it. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've got another visitor.
So I gathered. Mrs. Hudson, you gave my instructions to one of the boys?
I did that, sir. Young Wiggins was going to follow the gentleman.
Mrs. Hudson, what was all that commotion about downstairs just now?
Oh, it was the 2 gentlemen shouting at each other. Him that was leaving and the one that was waiting on the doorstep.
And who is our new visitor, Mrs. Hudson?
Here's his card, sir.
Oh, thank you. Linton Chumley, 9 Belgrave Square. Well, Ask him to come up, will you, Mrs. Hudson?
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, one thing more.
Yes, sir.
Please instruct another of the Baker Street irregulars to follow this Leyton Chumley when he leaves here and report to me.
All right, sir.
You're taking no chances, Holmes, eh? You're having this fellow shadowed, too.
Leyton is a potential murderer. Of that I'm convinced. This Mr. Chumley might possibly be his intended victim. While we're talking to him, Watson, old fellow, I want you to be sure to look at the condition of his eyes.
Yes, I certainly will.
Come in. Oh, good evening, Mr. Chumley.
Are you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
That was Wayne Leyton that was just left here, wasn't it?
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. I don't want to sit down. All right. You needn't answer my question, but I know it was Leyton. I've never met him, but I've seen his picture in the newspapers.
Oh, very well, then, sir. It was Wayne Leyton.
I know why he came to you. He's trying to have me put out of the way while he closes that deal on the San Pedro and Guana concession. Now, look here, Holmes. You've got to be on my side. Whatever fee he offered you to dispose of me, I'll double it if you'll take care of him for a few days.
Oh, dear me, this is becoming monotonous. Watson?
The hat and gloves?
Thank you, old chap. That's right. Good night, Mr. Chumley.
Look here, Holmes. I'll treble his fee. I'll quadruple it.
My dear Mr. Chumley, I have accepted no fee from Mr. Leyton, and I don't propose to accept one from you. Your hat and gloves, sir?
That man is out to kill me, Holmes. Well, if you won't help me, I'll go to the police.
That's an excellent idea, Mr. Chumley. Again, good night. Did you notice his eyes, Watson?
Yes, the pupils were contracted. He's obviously an opium addict.
And also a potential corpse.
What do we do now? Wait for the irregulars to report?
No, you'll return home to your medical bag. I have a feeling that you'll need it before the night is out. Then come back here. If I've gone before you return, I'll send one of the irregulars to bring you to wherever I may be. Wait until you receive a message from me. On your way, old chap. There's work ahead of us.
Wiggins, you're certain that this is the place that Mr. Holmes told you to bring me to?
Oh, yes, Dr. Watson. The corner of Swanham Line and Brixton Street, Mr. Holmes said.
Yeah, well, this is the spot, all right. I don't see any sign of him. Hello? This old woman coming towards us. So that's the disguise he chose.
Oh, spare me a few coppers, will you, mister? My feet hurt something awful, and I ain't had a bite of food all day.
No, you don't, Holmes. You can't fool me this time. As a matter of fact, your makeup isn't very convincing. You hardly look like a woman, and nobody's nose could be quite as red as that.
Don't look like a woman, does I? Your nose is too red, is it? I'll take that.
No, steady, look there.
Mighty funny, but poor old woman who's tight to me.
Sorry, madam. I didn't mean to insult you.
Well, matey, she gave you a bit of work for all right, didn't she? Boxed your ears. No mistake about it.
You mind your own business. And anyhow, why aren't you aboard your ship at this time of night?
Because I'm not a sailor, Watson.
It's Mr. Holmes.
Great heavens, Holmes. I wish you wouldn't confuse me like this. I'd never recognized you.
My dear Watson, when you're able to recognize me, it will indeed be the beginning of the end. When your eagle eye penetrates my disguise, I shall realize that my retirement is imminent. But enough of this. See that house opposite?
You mean the ramshackle place with the broken tiled roof?
Yes, I gave the irregulars instructions to let me know at once if our two quarries ever enter the same house at the one time. They're inside there now. I'm going in after them.
Be careful, Holmes. I'd better come along with you.
Can't I come too, Mr.
No,
Holmes?
certainly not. Both keep watch outside. If I need any help, I'll smash one of the windows, and then you can come in after me. Wait here for me. I don't expect I'll be very long.
I'll be here, Holmes. Don't worry about me. Just take good care of yourself.
It's 1 o'clock, Doctor.
Yes, I know, Wiggins. He's been in there half an hour. I'm beginning to get worried.
Start going off,
No, Wiggins. You know Mr. Holmes. When he gives orders, he likes them. There's a signal for help. Keep watching the house, Wiggins. I'll be out in 5 minutes. Go for the police.
Right you are, sir.
All right, Holmes, all right. I'm coming.
You have searched my house from basement to attic. Why do you not give up? I tell you again, there has been no one here tonight.
But my friend came in here half an hour ago. I saw him, and before that, 2 other men are known to have come in here.
If that is so, then where are they? 3 men cannot vanish.
That's just the point, you scoundrel. Out of the way. I'm going to search this hovel again. I'm not leaving here until I find Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. And if you don't mind, I'll take that second to say just one word to the ladies. And that word is muscatel. Petri California Muscatel. I want you women to know about it because Petri Muscatel is one wine that practically every woman likes. Maybe because it's such a beautiful color, like pale gold. But I guess really because Petri Muscatel brings you the wonderful flavor of luscious, sun-ripened Muscat grapes. And that's a flavor. Try Petri Muscatel after dinner, or any time as a change from Petri Port. Remember, if it's a Petri wine, you know it's a good wine. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's story, The Eyes of Mr. Leyton. Well, what happened next, Doctor? When you searched the house for the second time, did you find any trace of Sherlock Holmes or the two rival businessmen?
No, Mr. Bartell, I'm afraid I didn't.
What did you do?
I told Wiggins to report the matter to the nearest police station and then rattle back to Baker Street in a hansom cab as fast as I could. When I arrived at the old familiar doorstep, I wrenched at the bell in a frenzy of anxiety. Finally, the door opened, and there stood Mrs. Hudson.
Dr. Watson, what is it, sir? Why, you're as white as a ghost.
Mr. Holmes, is he here?
Aye, sir, came in half an hour ago. He was dressed as a sailor and was half carrying some drunken friend of his.
Oh, thank heavens he's safe. I'll go up.
All right, sir.
Now, what's no, Sheriff? There you are.
Holmes, I can't tell you how glad I am to see you. Who's that lying on the sofa?
Well, up with your back, Watson. Though I'm afraid the poor devil's done for.
Great Scott, it's Wayne Leyton, the American fella.
With a knife wound between his ribs. See what you can do for him, will you?
Right. This is extraordinary, Holmes. You said that Leyton was a potential murderer, and now he's a victim himself.
The biter bit, eh, old chap?
Yes, he's still breathing, but he hasn't a chance. I'll try him with an injection of strychnine. Holmes, how did you get his body out of the house? I searched the place from top to bottom. I found no trace of any of you.
When I went in, I found the stabbing had already taken place. The proprietor then bribed me, or rather the broken-down cell he took me for, to smuggle the body out through the secret stairway leading to the wards at the back of the house.
Oh, there's no trace of Chumley there?
No, he must have left before me by the same exit.
Oh, then you smashed the window and bolted?
Yes, I knew that I could count on you to hold the fort while I was getting the body away. Try to say something, Watson.
Yes, the injection's beginning to take effect.
Yes, Mr. Leyton? What are you trying to say?
Tell us, who stabbed you, sir?
Lips are moving.
Mandalay. He's dead, Holmes.
Yes, but he gave us the clue to the murderer's identity.
How?
And the word he mumbled just before he died.
Sounded to me as if he said Mandalay.
Precisely, old fellow. Never did a corpse give us a clearer instruction as to our next and final move.
And that is?
Back to Limehouse, Watson. Back to Limehouse. Here we are. Listen to the place.
What's this? Another opium den?
Yes, I knew that since Chumley refrained from smoking earlier on in the night, in order to keep his faculties alert for murder, that an enormous reaction would set in. He'd have to find a den at once, and beyond question a different one from that in which the murder was committed.
But how do you know that he's inside here?
Well, just before you returned to Baker Street tonight, I had a message from one of my regulars. He tracked him here after he escaped from the scene of the stabbing.
That was a couple of hours ago. He might have slipped away again.
No, Watson, tonight he came to drown his senses with a wretched drug. He'll be here. Come on.
That second injection of caffeine should bring him round. He's heavily drugged, but I think it'll work.
Surprising what a £5 note will do, isn't it?
Yes, the proprietor let us bring Chumley into his private room, and he's coming through.
Who are you? What do you want?
Remember me, sir? I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yes, I remember you.
You're in serious trouble, Mr. Chumley. Very serious trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Wayne Leyton didn't die.
Oh.
He's badly wounded, but he's going to live. He's at Baker Street now. He wants to go to the police and give evidence.
You've got to get me out of this, Holmes. I'll pay you anything. 10,000, 20,000.
Why did you stab Leyton?
He was in my way. I wanted the San Pedro concession. I meant to kill him. But we can fix it up now, can't we, Holmes? We can fix it up now.
Yes, we can fix it beautifully, sir.
As neat a murder confession as ever I listened to, Holmes.
Exactly. Come along, Mr. Chumley. I think some night air will be good for you. We'll take you for a nice drive to Scotland Yard.
I brought you some kippers, gentlemen. You've both been up all night, and I'm sure you can do it.
It's very thoughtful of you, Mrs. Hudson.
Yes, indeed it is.
What is Mrs. Watson going to say when she finds you've been out all night?
Oh, don't you worry about that, Mrs. Hudson. She's very understanding.
It's lucky for you that she is. Well, I'll go and leave you to your breakfast.
Holmes.
Yes, dear fellow?
There's only one thing that puzzles me about this case.
Oh, what's that?
When Leyton was dying, he muttered the word Mandalay. How did that give you the key to the murderer's identity?
Oh, the dead American had never met Mr. Chumley, you remember, except when they bumped into each other in our hallway.
Yes, he told us that he recognized him from the newspaper photograph.
Being an American, he had no reason to know that the name Chumley is in no way pronounced the way it is spelt.
But I never thought of that. Chumley. That name's spelt C-H-O-L, Chol, M-O-N, Mon, D-E-D-L-E-Y. Chol Mondele. Mondele.
Precisely, old fellow. What you thought to be Mandalay was really Chol Mondele, the name of the murderer.
What an amazing case. You did a remarkable job, Holmes. I'm beginning to be confoundedly sleepy.
Why not sleep, old chap? Your old room's all ready for you.
Are you going to take a nap?
Oh, dear me, no. I have much too busy a day ahead of me. Let me look at my engagement book. Baxter Square murder. I put the police on the track. The Duchess of Ferrers. Now, I've got her material. The princess who was about to run away from home. Good gracious me, let her run. The Pope's cameos. Ah, yes. His Holiness must not be kept waiting.
Can I help you again, Holmes? Mary doesn't return until tomorrow.
Well, I thought you were sleepy, old fellow.
Sleepy rubbish. I never felt more wide awake in my life.
That was a swell story, Doctor.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And that was really funny when you mistook that old lady for Holmes and she slapped your face.
It wasn't very funny at all.
Sure it was. Come on, admit it, Doctor.
Well, she did look like Holmes in disguise, you know, and you would have made the same mistake that I did.
Okay.
Her nose was ridiculously red, and she did look like a man.
Look, Doctor, forget I ever said anything. I won't say another word. I'll keep my mouth closed forever.
Oh, come on, I wouldn't do that. Mr. Bartell? Mr. Bartell? Won't you even open your mouth to finish your wine? Your Petri wine?
Okay, you win. You know I'll open my mouth for Petri wine anytime. That Petri wine is always good wine. And for good reason, too. The Petri family has always owned and operated the Petri business. They've been making fine wines for 3 generations, since way back in the 1800s. That adds up to a lot of experience. Experience handed on down from father to son, from father to son. The Petri family really knows how to turn luscious California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And that's why, no matter what kind of wine you want, I'm sure you'll like it better if it's a Petri wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure that Holmes and I had in the heart of the English countryside. It concerns a corpse, a missing revolver, and a beautiful girl who was frightened of her own shadow.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Man with the Twisted Lip. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
May I do something for you, sir?
I'll repeat the offer while I think of something.
I beg your pardon?
That's not the way I heard it first.
Did you want to see...
Mr. George Victor.
May I have your name?
Well, let's trade. Mine's Diamond, Richard Diamond.
Oh, of course. Mr. Victor's expecting you.
Well, it's too much to hope that you were...
He's waiting for you, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. Any door?
Huh? Oh, straight ahead. Go right in.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mr. Victor?
Yes. Oh, you're Diamond.
Uh-huh.
Come in and sit down.
Thank you.
You said you'd come immediately, and that was over an hour ago when I phoned you.
Well, I didn't want to come in my bare feet.
What?
I was washing out a pair of socks.
You're sure you're Richard Diamond?
Reasonably sure, yes. My credentials.
All right. You were recommended to me by Lieutenant Levinson of the police department. I want to hire you.
My fee is $100 a day in expenses. Unless we settle that first, I couldn't solve the case if it was tagged 100 proof.
Here are 2 checks. One for 100, the other for 5.
Oh.
You get the 100 if you take the job, and the other one if you do the job satisfactorily.
Oh, tell me all about it.
You may have heard that I bought the controlling interest in one of the biggest newspapers in the city.
That I heard.
All right. I'm going to expose the numbers racket.
That's been tried before.
I know, but this time it's different. I have all the evidence I need to expose one of the biggest operators, Aaron Ziegler.
Oh, you do pick 'em big.
You know him?
We did some spitting at each other when I was on the force.
Well, then you know what he is.
Yeah. But you said you had all the evidence. Where do I come in?
Ziegler's my affair. Yours will be my daughter. Here's her picture.
Well, you can have Ziegler. I'm happy with this arrangement.
This is no joke, Mr. Diamond. My daughter works for Ziegler.
Oh? You got $1 million for every Mongolian in Asia, and your daughter works? Hobby, perhaps?
She became infatuated with a man named Doug Saxon.
And went to work to support
Will
him.
you listen to me?
No, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Victor.
Saxon has some connection with Ziegler. I objected to her seeing Saxon, and there was an argument.
And being 21, she walked out.
Yes. Ziegler gave her a job singing in the Nocturne Club.
I know the place.
Now, what I want you to do is...
I think I know, Mr. Victor. You've got evidence on Ziegler. That makes him an unhappy boy, and being unhappy, he wants to smile again. So he sets glamour lad Saxon loose. Your daughter falls for him, and the frame's begun. Right?
Ziegler told me he was going to stop me from printing the expose of his racket. I know he'll use my daughter, Kathy.
What does she have to say about it?
She won't see me.
And you've got no idea what the frame will be?
No, that's your job. Find my daughter, stay with her until the paper goes to press.
And when will that be?
10 tonight.
Well, all right, Mr. Victor. You've hired yourself a boy. I'll pick up that $500 check after I pick up the late edition. Good day, sir. Oh,
Yes?
If you will excuse the expression, the retainer, $100.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, well, thank you. I'd bow from the waist, but my empty money belt might choke me. I'll keep in touch. A couple of phone calls to old acquaintances who still kept in touch with the shady side of our city, and I had Saxon's address. A half hour after I left George Victor, I was punching the buzzer to Saxon's apartment. Good afternoon, Mr. Saxon.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Mother Hubbard, and I've come to look in your cupboard. Ask me in.
What's the idea? Who...
This won't take long, Mr. Saxon.
Listen, you...
I was just going to ask you to listen. But since you asked first, go ahead and give me something to listen to.
Did Ziegler send you?
Well, maybe. Maybe not. It's a nice place here. All the scenery. Phonograph, big overstuffed chair.
I'm glad you like it, but don't make yourself comfortable.
What's in the other room?
Look here, I don't know who you are or what you want, but...
Maybe Ziegler did send me.
Did he?
No.
You a cop?
Used to be. Always enjoyed my work. And I never enjoyed it more than when I was up against a character like you.
Get out of here.
Oh, now somehow getting tough doesn't look well on you. You're not the type, Saxon. From a quick but thorough study, I'd say you were more used to soft lights, sweet music, and setting up pigeons to be knocked over by your boss.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kathy Victor. Know her?
What if I do?
You know her. And, Saxon. Keep away from her.
Oh, now you're scaring me, sure. Hey, what do you want from me? Why are you doing this?
I'm hired to do it. The name's Diamond, Richard Diamond, occupation private detective.
Private detective?
Yeah. You're going to make a phone call now.
I won't.
You're calling Ziegler to tell him you quit.
I can't do that.
Unless you want this floor lamp on your head.
Diamond, please don't.
Now, it's better. Now, go ahead.
What'll I tell him?
Your health is bad. You're going to take a boat trip.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, then you think of something, but think.
But Hello, this is Saxon. I'd like to talk to Aaron. Oh. Well, I'll call back.
It's important.
Oh, it's important. I've got to talk to him. All right.
Get him?
They're putting me through. Hello, Aaron. Listen, I can't go through with the deal. Something came up.
I mentioned my name.
A man named Diamond. Richard. Yeah, that's right. I don't know, Aaron, but please, don't blame me. I did. Hello, Aaron. Aaron. He hung up.
Good. You do the same.
You don't know what he'll do, Diamond. You don't know him.
Oh, but I do. Well, happy landings, Glamour Boy.
You can't leave me like this.
You know, after a long look at you, I don't think I'd like to stay. Bye, Saxon. 20 feet of the East River will look good on you. Okay, so it was a bluff. I knew Ziegler wouldn't be scared off that easily, but when you go hunting ducks, you put out a decoy. I did. The decoy was me. It was an hour later that I got back to my office building and walked into the lobby. The elevator door there was open, but the jockey was missing. I was about to take the hard way up the stairs when...
Diamond.
Oh, hello. Where'd you come from?
I'm under a cabbage leaf. Don't believe it. Get in the elevator.
I'll walk.
Hey, Mac. Mr. Diamond don't want to get in the elevator.
Maybe he gets car sick. Get in, Diamond.
What's the big idea?
Close the door, Mac.
Sure.
You know how to run this thing, Diamond?
No.
Start it up. Go on.
Okay. Floors, please.
I'll tell you when. This is far enough. Stop it. And keep your hands away from that door.
What are you going to do, eat your way out?
He's a card, ain't he?
Oh, now, come on. Fun's fun, but I got business.
So have we.
We told you to take your hands off those doors.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, he won't go down.
Sure he will. He's just stubborn. Give me that sap. You see?
Yeah. Think he's still tuned in?
Let's see. Diamond. Hey, Diamond. He should know better than that. It ain't polite not to listen. Kick him in the ribs. Now, how about it, Diamond? You want to listen?
He's shaking his head. He says yes.
Okay. Now, stay away from the dame you're supposed to take care of. Go back to Victor and tell him you don't want the job. Tell him it's too rough, and if he don't understand, show him your bruises. Hey, give him a bruise where it shows. Look at that. I don't think he likes you kicking him in the chops.
What does he want? Bedroom slippers?
Okay, open the doors and let's get out of here.
Hey, think I ought to give him another boot, just to make sure?
Ain't you ever satisfied? Go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
You know something?
You got an awful disposition.
You don't come out of a beating like that right away. A professional working over is like spending a weekend in a taffy machine. I reached out and tried to touch things, but it was like trying to paint the inside of a balloon with a hammer. I was numb, and when the little jabs of feeling started pinching my cheeks, I found out that I was warm and sticky. Finally, I pulled myself up, stood there for a minute, decided my legs weren't macaroni, and went to the washroom to clean up. Then I headed for the Nocturne Club. It was too early for customers, but there was a bartender and a girl with blonde hair playing the piano.
We ain't open yet, Mac.
Oh, you ain't? Well, give me a bib. I may cry all over the place.
You look awful. Truck hit you or something?
I was blowing a tube in a high wind.
Yeah?
Yeah. Screwed me 8 feet into the ground.
Ain't that terrible?
Yeah, ain't it? Hey, who's the dame with the fingers?
Oh, entertains here. Name's Victor, Kathy Victor. Got a swell set of pipes. If you're looking for a job, we don't need no tuba players.
Look, here's for a drink and here's something for you because you ain't open yet. Fix me something that'll turn me all one color.
Sure. Will it be black or blue?
Anything that goes with my tie. Bring it to the piano.
I thought you wanted it.
Oh, I'll laugh later.
I thought it was pretty good.
Hey, know the words to that?
Yeah.
Time in my hands.
From your looks, I'd say you needed time.
Oh, don't let the bruises fool you, honey. When the swelling goes down, my face is fairly normal.
Hey, blue and yellow make green, don't they?
Yeah, why?
I wasn't sure, but here's a drink anyway. Who knows? Maybe you'll turn plaid.
Sure. Here, put this in your pocket and go back to the bottle.
Sure, thanks. Yell when you want another one.
Hey. What's the matter? Why'd you stop?
I need a drink, too.
You get the jumps early, huh?
I work late. Catches up with me.
Oh, try out running them for a day. It does wonders.
Oh, I know you. You're a spy from Alcoholics Anonymous.
Go ahead, play some more.
All right.
Kathy. Your father sent me.
What?
Remember him?
Why don't you leave now?
Before we're really acquainted?
I don't know who you are or what you want, but if my father sent you, I'm not buying.
Okay, so you're having a good time now, but there's always the next morning. Thought of that?
I don't need anyone to take care of me.
Miss Victor, I'm not trying to take care of you. I'm doing a job. Maybe you don't know this, but you're being measured for a patsy. And your father's going to fit the same frame Saxon and Ziegler are working up for you.
You're crazy. But I like you, so I'll forgive him.
Now, cut it out.
I thought you wanted me to play.
Look, you're spoiled. You had a mouthful of silver spoons and a handful of gold pieces for building blocks when you were a kid. But you're not a kid anymore. You're playing with bad boys.
Maybe that's the way I like them.
What do I have to say to make you realize, young lady?
What, Diamond?
Doug.
Oh, well, Mr. Saxon. I thought you weren't going to be around here anymore.
I changed my mind. You're changed, too, since I last saw you.
Well, only my looks. They'll heal. But tomorrow, you will still be a greasy little gigolo.
You can't talk that way to me.
Oh, shut up.
Never mind. Mr. Ziegler would like to see you. He saw you come in.
And where is Mr. Ziegler?
In his office, right back that way.
Okay. I haven't seen Ziegler for a long time. Maybe he wants me to set his broken arm.
His arm's all right.
Well, stick around. You may find out you're a chronic liar. Keep playing, baby. I'll be right back. Like I said, I knew my bluff with Saxon wouldn't work, but I had what I wanted. A look in on Ziegler. And maybe a hint on what the frame was going to be. I walked to and into his office.
Well, Diamond.
Hello, Ziegler.
Oh, what happened to your face?
Oh, got it caught in an elevator.
Oh.
What do you want with me?
Diamond, here's $1,000. Go out and have fun tonight, huh? All night.
Oh, that money won't do me any good.
Why not? That ain't counterfeit.
Well, it's yours. That makes it so lousy it's liable to crawl right out of my pocket.
Well, then get rid of it in a hurry.
You get rid of it.
You know, it's better waking up with a headache than not being able to find your head at all.
Oh, look, Ziegler, you don't scare me. Now, let's level. You know why I'm here. Let Kathy Victor alone.
Well, want to see me, boss?
Well, look who's here.
Oh, you know Tony Diamond?
We met, yes.
Mm-hmm.
He stubbed his toe on my chin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When was this, Diamond?
You know what it was, about an hour ago.
You're crazy.
Yes, Diamond. Tony was right here with me all morning.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Are you leaving, Diamond?
Yeah. Got any other ideas?
Yes. I think you should consider my proposition.
I'll let you know.
About what?
Things in general.
Oh, no.
All of a sudden, you're happy.
You make me that way, Diamond. You're working the dark, aren't you?
I'll feel my way around.
Believe me, Diamond, there ain't a thing wrong. Why, we love Miss Victor here. Just because her old man gets excited and hires you to bend an eye over her, don't mean anything is wrong, does it?
Since you asked me, I'll tell you. The answer's yes.
You think so?
Yeah. Otherwise, why beat me up? Why offer me $1,000 to look the other way?
I don't know nothing about the beating. And as for the grand, I like you.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, Ziegler. I think I'll go now. And just to make you happier, I'll probably stick with the case.
So long, Diamond.
Oh, by the way, Ziegler.
What now?
Did you say this gentleman's name was Tony?
That's his name.
Okay, Tony.
What?
I wouldn't do this for everyone, but your shoelace is untied. You're allowed to trip over it.
What are you talking about,
Bums away.
Oh, that ain't nice, Diamond. When you do that to a man, you're liable to bust all his teeth.
So what? You probably had your eye on the Goldmans anyway. Be good, Ziegler.
Well, hi there. You looking for another drink? Now, I got one here that I just fixed. You kind of got me started on that color business.
Where'd the girl go?
Huh? What girl?
You know, Ann Saxon. Where's he?
Never heard of him.
Have you ever been to Hamilton?
Huh?
Has his picture on all $10 bills. This one's suitable for framing. In your pocket.
Can't do it, mister.
2 pictures of Hamilton?
Well, they sure would look nice on me, but I work here, mister. I got a wife and kids, see?
Yeah, I see. Okay, fella, forget it. Well, I fell for the oldest gag in the world. Kept busy someplace else while Saxon walked out with the girl. Now I had to find her. But where? I had until 10 that night to stop a frame-up I didn't know anything about. But I played a hunch and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and Lieutenant Walt Levinson. I walked in on him.
Diamond, oh, no.
Hiya, Walt.
No, please go home. Nothing good can come of this.
Why, Walt, I'm surprised at you.
Well, I'm not. You've got some horrible joke up your sleeve. I don't want any part of it.
I can only stay a few minutes. I want to know about a guy named Saxon.
Douglas Saxon?
That's it.
What's the matter? Can't you find things out for yourself?
Right now, Lieutenant, I'm a citizen asking about a guy. Now, what have you got on Saxon, Walt?
Not a thing. He was clean when we picked him up a couple of times.
Why was he picked up?
Well, you so interested in him.
Oh, it goes with my business.
Oh. And if I tell you?
Well, I'll tell you something sometime. Now, come on, Walt, give.
Okay. He was picked up on suspicion of handling narcotics. But that's a job for the vice squad. Why is he so dear to you?
He's working for Aaron Ziegler.
This, Mr. Diamond, is not news.
He'd be just the boy to work a frame for Aaron, wouldn't he?
If it involved the gal, yeah.
This does.
How?
Don't know. Yet. But, if she was picked up with narcotics on her, it'd be a nice frame, wouldn't it?
What makes you think it would be a frame?
This gal looks too healthy.
Yeah, but you could be wrong.
Why?
Because for some stupid reason I like you, and I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself.
Well, why would I do that?
For this dame.
What dame?
The one that Saxon's going to frame.
Is he going to frame her?
Of course he is.
I'd better get her out of it.
Certainly, that's just what I was saying.
Bye, Walt.
Rick.
Yeah?
Thanks.
What for?
For not dragging out that who's on first routine. I don't think my stomach could have stood it today.
Oh, Walt, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Be a good boy.
When you pound a police beat in New York, you make a lot of unusual friends. And if you ever get in plain clothes, those friends come in handy sometimes. I grabbed a cab in front of the precinct station and headed for Chinatown. Walt and I had known an old Chinese named Wu Li who had been around a long time. He knew everyone and everything that went on in Chinatown. And if anyone knew where we could find Saxon, he did.
Saxon, is possible I do not know him.
Oh, I think you do.
Just so. He said this man Saxon deals in sweet dreams. However, is rumor not proved.
Does he ever come to Chinatown?
You like perhaps a cup of tea?
I ask this as a favor, Wooly.
Enemies are made to do evil. Friends to ask favors. Sometimes is no difference.
Will you tell me, Wooly?
You ask in name of friendship?
I do.
Very well. In Chinatown is establishment owned by a man named Fu Shen. Perhaps, I say perhaps, this man Saxon is there.
He's been there before, hmm?
My eyes are old, perhaps mistaken.
Not your eyes.
I shall give you address, then make call to Fu Shen. You will be allowed to enter his establishment.
May you live 10,000 years.
And may you live to mourn at my funeral.
The old boy gave the address, and I left his shop. 5 minutes later, I walked through the back door of the old frame building, and Fu Shen bowed from the waist and led me upstairs to a private room that fronted the long hall. I noticed there were 3 other closed doors in the floor, aside from the big room downstairs. If Kathy Victor was in the building, she had to be in one of those rooms. I walked into my room, closed the door behind me. There was a bed in one corner and a chair near it. A low table was near the bed, and a dim light threw diagonal shadows like fingers across the walls. I waited until the proprietor had time to get downstairs, then I opened the door and looked out in the hall. It was empty, so I started throwing open doors. I had to be quick before I had a dozen hopped-up thugs on my back. The first was a cold turkey.
Beat it! This room's in use. Diamond.
Well, Mr. Saxon, I presume.
Look, Diamond, lay off me, will you?
Where's the kid?
I don't know who you mean.
You will.
No! Diamond, my arm! You're hurting.
So here's another twist for size.
Ow.
Now sing, Saxon, and loud.
Look, you got it wrong.
How wrong can I be?
Okay, but it wasn't my idea.
I can believe that. Ziegler thought it up. You pulled it off for a couple of grand.
Listen, if I tell you we let me go, the girl's all you want, let me go, will you?
Where is she?
In the next room.
Walk ahead of me. And in case you get any ideas...
No!
Now walk ahead of me. Open the door.
You got my arm!
You got another one, but not for long if you try anything. Open it.
There she is.
Oh, out cold.
She's all right,
Just knocked out, huh?
Let me go now, Diamond.
Sure. So this was the game, huh? Bring her here, knock her out, plant narcotics on her, and then push her into the street to get picked up.
Look, I showed you where she is. Now give me a break.
You know, I was just thinking of that. How would you like it, in the arm or in the jaw?
Oh!
Crumb. Now, come on, Mr. Victor. Let's wake up now. Come on.
Mr. Diamond, you got bad habits.
Yeah, Tony, and one of them is running into you.
Okay, Diamond, keep your hands where I can see them.
Right on the ends of my arms.
Oh, what a sense of humor. All right, Diamond.
All right, what?
I think you're going to get a hole in the face.
Just a minute, Tony. You hear anything?
Yeah?
Those are police cars, Tony, coming here.
You're crazy.
Yeah? You don't think I'd come here alone, do you?
Get over there by the door.
Look, Tony, you got yourself all dirtied up for Ziegler. Is he here? No, he let you and Saxon walk around in the mud. Those cars are almost here, Tony.
Shut up, I got orders.
To rub me out, I know, but what if you do? How are you going to get out? Got an answer for that?
They ain't coming here.
They didn't go past, Tony. Now, listen. I got nothing against you. Make a break for it. Out the back door. All I want is the girl. Go on, fast, before it's too late.
Yeah, I ain't going to take the rap from nobody.
Diamond! Rick! Diamond, you in here? Diamond!
Up here, Walt. Come on.
You all right?
Yeah, sure, but I sent a package, special delivery, out the back door.
Oh, we've got that covered. Otis will sign for me.
Okay, wonderful. And now... Hey, wait a minute. Huh? What are you doing here? Why'd you come?
Why? My ulcers told me you were up to some stupid business. I knew when you left me you had some dizzy idea in your thick skull. I'm a cop, you know. I checked with Wu Lee, too. Hey, that the girl?
Yeah. She'll be all right. Coming around okay.
Uh-huh. Oh, and Saxon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what did you hit him with?
Stop.
Limp.
Yeah, Walt, listen. If the papers get word of this kid's father will be ruined.
If she's in the clear, you've got my word no one will hear about it.
Well, I know she's in the clear, but I can't leave her here. I got a job to do. I was hired.
Oh, you want to take her, huh?
Yeah, I think she'd like to go home.
Okay, I'll take your word she's all right. Now, beat it fast before the narcotics boys get here.
Thanks, Walt. Come on, baby. Snap out of it. Come on.
Get her out of here before we're all booked for obstructing justice.
I'm going. Hey, Walt.
Yeah?
How are you going to explain knocking over this joint before the vice squad?
Why, didn't you know I got a reported homicide here? I'll let you know what happens. Where'll you be?
Oh, silly boy. Where else but Helen's? Now, come on, Cassie, baby. On your feet. On your feet. Walt.
Now what?
I love you.
I'll marry you later. Now take off. Oh, my stomach.
Oh. Hello, Rick. You're late.
Hey, get a load of those silk slacks.
They're lounging pajamas, darling.
I've been in a lot of lounges, dear. Never saw anything like those.
You like them?
Yeah, they're all right. It's the stuffing that gets me.
Rick.
Be proud of what you got, baby. I knew a guy who had 16 toes on each foot.
What good did that do
He
him?
used to tell everybody he was a duck. Made a fortune selling his hair for pillow stuffing.
You look awful.
Could have been worse.
Oh? Was she pretty, Rick?
Who?
The girl in the case.
What case?
Why were you late getting here?
Oh, well, I had to take a girl home and introduce her to a man, her father.
I see. How long did that take?
How'd you know about the girl?
Lieutenant Levinson phoned, asking for you.
Oh.
I took the message. He said, she's all right. And a man named Saxon did a lot of talking.
Oh, wonderful.
Who's she? Who's Saxon?
Well, read all about it in the papers, dear.
Is she blonde or brunette?
Both. Blonde with a brunette disposition. Got the piano, too. Huh?
She's pretty as I am.
Oh, honey, nobody is. Oh, well, nothing to do until the office opens again tomorrow. Time on my hands. You in my arms. Nothing but love in view. And then if you fall once and for all, I'll see my dreams come true. Moments to spare for someone you care for, one love affair, just the two. With time on my hands and you in my arms and love in my heart, all for you.
How long did it take you to take her home?
Oh, let's forget her, Helen.
I'm willing. But are you?
Look.
Oh, what nice big checks.
Yeah, another day, another $600.
Are we going out for dinner?
With what?
You've got a handful of checks.
Baby, I got news for you. The banks are closed.
Oh, come on. I know the bartender at the Nocturne Club.
Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell, with Virginia Gregg as Helen and Ed Begley as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Larry Dobkin, Gene Bates, Stanley Waxman, Paul DeBob, and Hy Averback. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Great shows for Sunday on NBC include The Adventures of Sam Spade and Theater Guild on the Air. Helen Hayes and Walter Abel co-star on Theater Guild today. And for his caper, Sam Spade turns to television for help. You'll enjoy both these stellar shows. Sam Spade, then Theater Guild, today on NBC. Now stay tuned for James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
What was that, Lyle?
Nothing. That was my teeth chattering.
Oh, is it cold out?
Out where I was, Effie, I've been swimming.
In December? Oh, Sam, you caught a chill.
That's true, Eff. I caught a real Russian chill. They're not keeping San Francisco Bay as well heated as they might.
The bay? Sam, you were swimming in the...
Where else, Eff?
But... Oh, Sam, you've been drinking.
Only brine, Angel, and what kelp juice I could scavenge.
Kelp juice?
Oh, it was a taxing experience, Eff. A lesser man couldn't have come through it. Lay out some dry clothes for me, mix me a hot grog, get out your pencil that writes underwater, and prepare to take down a narrative of international intrigue and espionage, which we will call, let's see, the 25123569 caper.
What?
Or the Russian's number is up.
NBC invites you to listen to the greatest private detective of them all, as William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Here I am, Sam. I was just calling the janitor to see if he could turn on some more heat so you could... Oh, you're not so very well.
Well, I had a dry martini on the way over.
Dr. Ames called you a few hours ago. Dr. Oscar Ames.
Did he? That was nice.
He was worried about you. Wanted to know if you'd been found yet. He said you two were on a ferry boat, and that he just stepped in to have a cup of coffee, and when he came back...
Yes, Effie, yes. Well, can't keep the FBI waiting.
The FBI?
Well, who else? You don't think I was playing around with kids on this caper?
Oh, no, Sam. I knew they were grown-ups.
I'll take it down, then. And this one, your Uncle Sam was working for his Uncle Sam. They fill it in. 2 Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Care of J. Edgar... Oh, no, that'd be too much. Well, why not? From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Boris Kargamensky.
How do you spell that, Sam?
Kargamensky, K-A-R-G...
No, I don't mean that. I mean Boris.
Oh, I should have known. B-O-R-I-S. Dear Sir, last night I let my secretary off at 5:30 so that she could go and do some Christmas shopping, although I told her repeatedly that all I want this year is money. The fog was rolling in off the bay, and it was bitter cold as I came out onto the street, pulling my overcoat collar up around my ears. Seemed like the night for spaghetti, a wonderful spaghetti dinner and some pleasant Italian hospitality down at Mama Pizza's restaurant on the Embarcadero opposite the ferry building. So that's where I went. But Mama Pizza had more than hospitality on her mind when she met me at the door.
Sam, oh, I'm so glad to find you. I'm just calling your office.
Well, what's the trouble, Mama? Someone been stealing ravioli?
Please. It's my cousin, Tony. They tried to kill him.
Oh, what happened, Mama?
Come on, Sam. You eat with us. Our table. I'll make Tony tell you. This one I feel so good, but he can talk all right. You're going to see.
She led me to the back of the restaurant to the table where the family generally sits. Her daughters, Angelina and Patty, were there with plates of food in front of them. But they weren't eating any of it. They were staring in awe at the man who sat next to them. He was small to start with, but he was even smaller, hunched down in his chair miserably, staring, unseeing, into a glass of wine. On the table in front of him was a battered old concertina. The top of his head was swathed in a clean, new bandage.
Sit down, Sam. Sit down. This is my cousin, Tony Calucci. Tony, my good friend, Mr. Spade.
Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Go on, Tony. You tell Sam what's happened on you. Sam, you got your dinner at the same time.
Yeah.
Don't forget. Tonight you're going to be my guest. What do you like to eat? Galatini, cacciatore?
Well, I don't care, Mama. What's that on your plate, Angelina? You going to eat that? Well, pass it over. And waste not, want not. That's what I always say. Now, what happened on you, Tony?
Well, I'm on the boat.
Yeah, what boat?
The ferry boat. Oakland ferry boat. Don't you never hear my music on the boat?
You play the concertina on the ferry ride.
Sure, but no more.
Huh?
Tonight on the 6 o'clock boat. Oh, boy.
Tonight on the 6 o'clock boat, what?
I'm a play inside the first by the sandwich place, and everybody say, "Oh boy, Tony, you good. You play good. Play some more." 10 cents a year, 5 cents, 2 quarters even. Then I go up the stairs. Oh boy.
And?
Then I go out on the deck. It's a very misty, foggy, black. I can't see nothing. Now, I'm very happy. I feel like I play some more. So I'm a walk away back and up and down at the deck and I make a music, see. And then all of a sudden, I hear somebody say something to me. I can't see nobody. Now, I hear him. What do you think he said to me?
What?
What? Cospedor.
Cospedor? As in bar?
Cospedor. Well, so I'm said back to him, Cospedor. I still can't see nobody. Then I hear him say, "Is that you play Boris?" So I get mad. I say, "No, I don't play Boris. I play Pagliacci. Tosca, Trovatore. Ma I don't play Boris." That's a foreign stuff.
I see.
Then I'm sorry I say that because this fellow, he sounds like he's a foreign. So I'm just going to say, "Look, Mr. Oh, boy.
What, Tony? What?
Patton! I get a hit on the head, smash a patton. I fall down. I'm bleeding. I drop on my concertina. My head's got a big hole on the top. I let out a big yell. Then I'm a blackout. Oh, boy. People come running around and good luck. There's a doctor on the board. They carry me down the stairs and he fixes me up. Otherwise, I'm a die for sure.
Well, what did it feel like? What did he hit you with?
Well, it feels like a baseball bat. But the doctor, look, here's the doctor now, just to come in. Hey, Doc.
The doctor looked in our direction when Tony called and strode over to the table, a big 6'3" blonde guy in the Joel McCrae, Gary Cooper tradition. You had to like him right away. No bedside manner to this doctor, although he could have had as much of it as he liked. He was all business and no kidding. I thought I told you to go to bed and stay there.
Well, Doc, I just
You
want
may
to...
have a concussion, Tony. I'll be back here in an hour, and then we'll take some x-rays. My name is Sam Spade, Doctor. I'm a friend of the family. Oh, Ames. Dr. Oscar Ames. How are you? Yeah.
Dr. Ames, can I get you something to eat?
No, thanks, Mama. Smells wonderful, but I haven't time. Oh, I'll have a cup of coffee, maybe.
Sure. You want time to make a Tony go to bed?
Yeah. Go on now, Tony. Go lie down. I'll be back, and we'll check you over. Get some rest in the meantime.
All right, Dr. Ames, I don't know. X-rays, the whole thing. I don't know how I'm going to pay you.
Never mind that. That's why we charge our Nob Hill patients a little extra, so we're able to do something like this once in a while. This will be on me, Tony.
You're good kind of man, Doctor. I don't know what to say.
You go on and lie down, Tony. You're embarrassing the doctor.
All right.
Screwy thing, this one, isn't it, Doctor? Sure is.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, thanks, Mike. Yeah, sure is. Homicidal maniac, looks like, Mr. Spade. Oh, Spade? Sam? Are you the detective? Yeah, that's right. Well, I know about you. You did something for a colleague of mine. Murphy? Dr. Raoul Murphy? Murphy? Yeah, I did a job for him last summer. Yeah, he gave you a great send-off. Said, what is all this tonight down here? Detectives? Police? Police? How do you mean? Well, I think they were police. 5 or 6 plainclothes guys. They were waiting here on this side when the ferry pulled into the slip. They're still there holding the boat. I just left them. Oh, what were they doing? Talked to all the passengers as they came off. Asked us for identification. Mm-hmm. Hey, what do they think about Tony's little experience getting knocked on the head? Oh, they were mighty interested, naturally. Especially when I told them how I thought the wound had been inflicted. Which was? Gun butt. Gun butt, eh? Wow. I'd say so. Lord knows I saw enough of those in the war. The Russians used to club prisoners over the head that way to save ammunition. And then fling the guys into the river. Oh, hey, I've got to go. Take that dreary ride again. What, the ferry? Yeah, I've got a patient over in Oakland. Had to come back over here to pick up some serum. Phoned my nurse, and she met me just out here. Well, nice to see you, Sam. Oh, tell, what's his name, Tony. Hey, wait a minute, Doc. I've got nothing to do. I'll ride over with you. A little air won't do this dinner any harm. We crossed the street, went into the ferry building. Everything was normal enough for the main waiting room where I stopped to buy cigarettes and a pocket flashlight. But outside on the dock where the Oakland boat was waiting to take off, there were a number of extra characters whom you wouldn't think would have chosen a dismal, chilly night like this for waterfront lounging. There wasn't anybody I knew, and in any gathering of plainclothesmen, local variety, I'd generally spot 1 or 2 familiar faces. Dr. Ames and I got aboard, followed by 3 of these gentlemen. The broadest one, who was built for endurance, exchanged pleasantries with us as the boat moved out into the water.
Hello, Dr. Ames. I see you didn't miss the boat, like the old saying.
No. Oh, you're one of the fellows I talked to before when we landed.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think I got your name.
Connolly.
Oh, Connolly, this is Mr. Spade.
Yeah?
Would that be Lieutenant Connolly or Sergeant, maybe?
That's Connolly. No special title. How's the little fella doing, Doctor? Colucci?
Tony? He's under care.
He, talk anymore? Say anything interesting?
I didn't talk to him. Mr. Spade here did.
Oh. Really?
Really.
What do you have to say?
Well, you see, I'm an old friend of his family. What he told me was in confidence, and I really have to know a little more about who I'm telling his secrets to.
I see. Spade, your name was?
Still is.
Nice to meet you, Gospodin.
Gospodin?
Means nothing to you, huh?
Well, it might. Gospodin sounds like another word. Somebody might think you said customer.
That's very funny. Yeah. Are you going to stay out here on deck?
We haven't made up our minds. Is that okay?
I'll go inside. Have a little coffee at the snack bar. It's comfortable. Ride's over before you know it. Out here it's foggy, wet, and miserable. Well, I'm going in. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Doc.
Well, maybe he's right, although I must say he's not my favorite man in the world, Mr. Connolly. It is strictly pneumonia weather out here on deck. Shall we go in? Not just yet for me, Doctor. I think I'll stretch my legs a little. Doc, tell me, where was it that Tony got caught? On the upper deck, I know, but which side? We were turned around now. Starboard. Just about directly above where we're standing. Yeah, right. Don't point, Doc. Our friend Connolly and his boys are on their way out to sea at the... No, they went back in. Do you think they're as mysterious as they seem? Oh, definitely that. You know what made them turn back just now? Decide it wasn't necessary to check whether we were still here? No, what? They can't make us out here. It's too dark. But they can see 2 lighted cigarettes. Sam Spade, detective. Mm-hmm. Look, even in the face of pneumonia, you want to get up there and look around where Tony was, don't you? I do. Well, then hand me your cigarette, and I'll smoke them both a yard apart, and we'll both be here. Except you. Oscar Ames, M.D. Masterful thinking, Doc. Go ahead, I'll be here. So I trod the slippery stairs to the upper deck. The fog was as wet as rain. I couldn't see any more than inches ahead of me with my flashlight. Finally, I stopped about amidship and looked down over the rail. Ames and his 2 cigarettes, tiny red dots of light that grew brighter every now and then as he puffed at them, were almost directly beneath me, so I knew I was just about right. A sudden noise over my head made me shoot my light up toward it. It came from a piece of canvas that had suddenly ripped loose, the canvas that covered the top of a lifeboat. I got up there somehow and perched precariously, holding onto 2 steel supports with one arm. The piece of canvas had been ripped open with a knife, a hole large enough for a man's body to get through. And that's what was in there, sprawled in the bottom of the lifeboat, a man's body. He'd been stabbed in the neck. This was the man who had slugged Tony, or so it seemed, because the gun was still clenched in his right hand, barrel reversed. There was nothing in his pockets, just a handkerchief and $2 in change. But my flash caught a speck of something white in one of his shoes. It was a bit of paper with 2 typewritten lines on it. I let myself down to the deck, rubbed the circulation back into my arm where I'd been holding on, and prepared to read the note. And that's when my flashlight went dead. I groped about, cursing them for not checking their batteries, until I found a faint, ghostly glimmer of light overhead, out over the edge of the ship on the outside of the rail. I climbed over, steadied myself against lurching, and lit a couple of matches. It said, International Postcard Shop, Geary Street, SF. Greeting card for Boris. I put the bit of paper in my pocket and turned to climb back over the rail. And then something came at me from the flash. It caught me full in the center of the forehead. And as I staggered, came again like a block of wood right on the top of my head. It made it burn with sudden fire. Tiny points of light glittered in the blackness. Came rushing toward me and grew larger, and I fell crashing over the side. They tell you a lot about what you remember when you're going down for the 3rd time. You know what I remembered? I remembered that Gospodin is Russian for comrade. Sam Spade, detective. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Imagine the greatest names in stage, screen, and radio. People like Bob Hope, Rosalind Russell, Meredith Wilson, Frankie Lane, and many, many others. Imagine an hour and a half of the very finest in comedy, music, and drama. Imagine all this rolled into one wonderful program, presided over by the distaff dynamo, Tallulah Bankhead. Well, NBC has the program. It's The Big Show, heard every Sunday night over most of these stations. All this and Tallulah, too. No wonder it's The Big Show. And Sunday evening also means Theater Guild on the air. This Sunday, Theater Guild presents Boomerang, starring Kirk Douglas. And now back to the 251235679 caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I found myself mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my overcoat. My eyes burned. I felt heavy and lodged, as if I'd swallowed gallons of water. My head began to clear a little, but with returning consciousness came increased pain, pretty bad, too. From out of the misty blanket, from every direction, in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorns sounded. I knew that by now the current had swept me out of the path of the Oakland ferries. The water was chilling me, and I turned over and began swimming, just hard enough to keep the blood circulating. The lights of a boat came into sight suddenly, and I threw back my head and yelled. But the horn crying its warning drowned me out, and the boat went on, and the fog closed in behind me. And then I found myself full of a strange and wonderful weariness. The water wasn't cold anymore. I was warm with a comfortable, soothing numbness, and I knew what to do. I'd swim until I didn't hear the noise of the horns anymore. And then, in the quiet of the friendly fog, go to sleep. So I began to doze. And then some light came into my eyes, and I wanted to stay in the dark. I turned my face down into the embrace of the water. And then I wasn't where you'd expect at all. I was lying on a baggage truck that was moving. People were crowding around, walking beside the truck, staring at me. The guy in uniform, wheeling me, noticed I had my eyes open.
Well, hello, pal. Welcome back to the United States.
Hello, what part of the United States?
Just landing in Sausalito. Lay still. We'll take you over to the hospital.
Sausalito. How long before this boat gets back to San Francisco?
Right away.
Well, hey, I'm going with...
Hey, wait, sir. You ain't in no condition.
Thanks, I'll be okay. Half an hour later, shivering and shaking in my wet clothes, keeping my mouth clamped tight so my teeth wouldn't sound like a dice game, I climbed into a taxi at the ferry building and went to my apartment. There I swallowed half a pint of whiskey and rubbed myself with a coarse towel until my skin was sore. Then I looked in the pocket of the soggy suit I'd hung up to dry. It was still there. A piece of paper from the dead man's shoe. Damp, but legible. International Postcard Shop, Geary Street, SF. Greeting card for Boris. I got up to put on a dry suit and then changed my mind. Put the wet one back on. Good evening. Are you the proprietor here?
Yes, that's right, sir. 6 years at the same location. Oh, my goodness, is it raining out? You really got...
Dowsing? Yes, I did. Nice collection of postcards from all over, eh? Yes. South America, every place.
Yes, I pride myself on having the most complete possible selection. Was there something you had especially in mind?
Yes, there was.
Oh?
I'm looking for a greeting card for Boris. What's the matter? Didn't you hear me?
Yes.
Didn't you understand?
Well,
Well, what?
It's only that I didn't exactly expect somebody like you.
What did you expect? Somebody slinking around in a false mustache, wearing dark glasses and an Inverness cape?
No, I...
You know, with your type of thinking, you may not be the right man for this job, Gaspagey.
Now, wait, please, Mr. Lubov. I thought you were dead. You drowned.
Yeah, who told you that?
Well, you know.
Yeah, well, I didn't drown. I jumped in the water when I heard him coming. You can see how wet I still am.
Yes, of course. So you escaped.
Easily. Enough talk. Hand it over. The greeting card for Boris.
Very well. Let's see. That's San Francisco, of course.
He turned and reached down onto the counter. I slipped my hand under my armpit and held my .38 ready in case he came up with something similar. But all he brought forth was a box marked special. On this, he extracted something and handed it to me. I took it with a knowing expression on my face, but I didn't know from nothing as to what it meant. All it was an ordinary postcard, that's all. A picture postcard showing the Golden Gate Bridge. Underneath it, the caption, Wonder Cities of the World, number 25, 1235679, San Francisco. Nothing else. I was afraid my mouth was open.
What's the matter?
Matter?
Don't you know how to read the name? It's so difficult, of course.
Idiot, certainly I know how. I was just admiring the work, that's all.
Oh, it is excellent, isn't it? Look, you'd better go now. You've been in here an awfully long time. We don't want
No, of course we don't. I'll go, Miss Leyton.
Господин, I'm sorry to have been overly cautious.
There is no such thing as over-caution.
Thank you. You were so... Well, you seem like an American.
So do you. I strode out onto the street clutching my postcard, but I shoved it inside my sleeve a moment later because who I saw standing under the misty glimmer of a streetlight waiting for me was my heavy-set, mysterious friend from the ferry boat, Connolly. I turned my head around and glanced down the other end of the block behind me. 2 other guys were there, sure enough. And they advanced slowly toward me with their hands raised, palms out, as if they were showing me they weren't carrying guns. I reached my hand inside for mine all the same, but I never got to use it because Connolly rushed me from the other side. I caught him on the chin and he went down, clattering into an ash can. The other 2 boys grabbed me and held my arms behind me. Connolly got up, rubbing his face, and I waited to get murdered. But no. All right, Joe Lewis. Bring him along. And so they did. We didn't go far, though, just around the corner to a little hamburger place that had a sign on the door saying closed, although there were lights inside. Connolly knocked on the door, and a fellow with an apron came and opened it and locked it after us. Connolly gave him a nod, and we sat down at a table while he brought us coffee.
Spade, we've checked on you. You seem to be okay. You stand in good with the department, friend.
What department would that be, friend?
This department.
Huh? FBI. Oh.
Now, maybe you can help. Anyhow, we don't want you going around making a noise and messing it up for us, so here it is.
I'm all ears.
Did you ever hear of a man called Boris Kagaminsky?
No.
Well, not many people have, even in Russia. Boris Kagaminsky is the top Soviet agent in America. He's the head man. He organizes and runs everything for them here.
I see.
Now, he came to this country 7 years ago and vanished. We've been trying to find him ever since. False passport, of course. That didn't help. There's nothing anywhere on Kagaminsky. No pictures, not even in Russia. No fingerprints, nothing. Every lead we had, dead end. And then we got word last week... Go ahead, drink your coffee.
Oh, I'm too interested.
We got word last week that another agent, an unimportant little guy named Lyubov, was on his way to San Francisco and that he would definitely have to contact the big gun. Something to do with the Chinese war business that only Kagaminsky is big enough to handle. Well, our man tailed Lyubov all the way out here, and then he lost him. The Oakland ferry. Well, it didn't bother us very much. He called us, and we were waiting on this end. But in pulls the ferry, and no Lyubov.
Lyubov was a dead man in the lifeboat.
Right. He must have been up there waiting to be contacted.
Yeah, then he heard Tony and his concertina, thought this might be it. And then when he realized he'd made a mistake and uncovered himself, he conked Tony on the head.
Right. Yeah. And his Soviet contact got scared of investigations on the boat following Tony's hue and cry and stabbed Lyubov. So, now we're back where we started. Every passenger on that ferry was okay. What's that you're looking at?
Picture postcard. Found a message on Lyubov about the International Postcard Shop and a greeting for... Hey, a greeting for Boris. Boris Kagaminsky.
Now, let me see that.
I bulldozed the guy in the shop to let me have it. Looks like nothing. It's just a picture. But he said he said I could read the name. Give me it.
Golden Gate.
Oh, these numbers. Wonder Cities of the World. Number 251235679. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Print out the guy's name, Boris.
All right. B-O-R-I-S.
Leave a space.
K-A-R-G-A-M-E-N-S-K-Y.
Now, put numbers, wait a minute. The top number is 9.
Yeah.
All right, put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over Boris, and then start again. 1, 2, 3, up to 9 over Kagaminsky.
Yeah. So?
All right, now let's the postcard. 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay, what's 2?
2 is, O.
5.
S.
O-S. Now, Kagaminsky. 1.
K.
2, 3.
A-R.
O-S-K-A-R. Well, I guess we know the rest of it. 5, 6, 7, 9. A-M-E-S, correct?
Correct.
Oscar Ames. Dr. Oscar Ames. What? I was just thinking. He was worried about me catching pneumonia. I called Mama Pizza, and from what she said, we knew where to go. We picked him up at the emergency hospital. He was just finishing the operation on Tony's head. We watched him through the glass, and the other young doctor standing alongside us said he was one of the greatest surgeons they'd ever seen. When he unrolled his gloves and took off his operating mask, he looked up and saw me, alive, and the other boys with me. His scalp tightened for just a second, and then he smiled. It was when he reached into his bag that we rushed him, before he could get the little red bottle to his lips. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam. A spy story.
Yes, it was, F.
Everything. A chase and being thrown in the water and mysterious people and a code message.
Well, that had kept you awake, Angel.
Sam, what is it like not to want to be in America? Not to want to live the way we do in America?
Yeah, I can't imagine, sweetheart.
I can't either. Sam, about Dr. Ames.
Yeah?
Do you think that, the way you described him and all, do you think you made him sound too sympathetic?
Well, I described him as he was, that's all.
But will anybody think that, he was attractive?
But you missed the whole point, didn't you? Spies don't go around wearing monocles and talking with heavy accents and acting like spies. Not the good ones. It's the attractive, lovable, trustworthy strangers that are dangerous. Now, if you'd met Dr. Ames at a party somewhere, you'd be out with him in a nightclub right now, cooing over a drink and giving him the plans for the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Sometimes I can't...
Get mad, Sam. I don't even know where Brooklyn is.
Lucky for our side.
You don't hate me, do you, Sam?
Oh, come here.
Oh.
Now, does that answer your question?
Completely. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by William Spear. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial tuned to NBC later as Archie the manager and his delightful friends cook up another mad and merry session at that remarkable restaurant, Duffy's Tavern. This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way on NBC again, an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama, with guests Bob Hope, Martin and Lewis, Rosalind Russell, Frankie Lane, and unpredictable Tallulah as MC. Go ahead, tell them about The Thing. Oh, yes, Sam Spade and Effie asked me to remind you about The Thing. The Thing for kids for Christmas. You know, The Thing can be anything you think an underprivileged child would like for Christmas. In your town, there are civic groups who are cooperating with this Thing for Kids campaign. Send your new or used toys to the collection centers in your town and help make some child's Christmas brighter. It'll make you happier, too. Thank you. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy the magnificent Montague, then it's Duffy's Tavern on NBC.